ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament. This is Vince G, and we're going to be covering all the exciting matches from our playoffs tournament. So, yesterday we witnessed one series, and that is an action-packed series between CMF, who got the win up against their opponents, Ascension. But, of course, Ascension has their last shot on to the playoffs brackets as they will be facing TMCW, the Microwave, later on. But our first series will be SFSL up against SLP. So the irony of this is SFSL went down the lower bracket, but Sleepy Peanut, they managed to get a win up against SF. So, is this going to be a retribution arc, or this is going to be a redemption arc for SF? And SFSL, are they going to find that win for their clan or for their organization up against Sleepy Peanut? So, this is going to be an exciting match tonight because we're also going to cover the upper bracket finals between Chiblings and CMF Esports. And whoever falls to that series will be going down in the lower bracket finals. But, of course, let's get this match on the way. But, aside from anything else, I would like to at least mention or give a huge shout out to Sem Nothing, Syndicate Esportss, and Kaisaya Game Topupps for being a part of this tournament. And if you're gonna be topping up, make sure you do it at Kaisaya Game Topupps. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. You see the bottom part of our screen. They also have this level up to victory challenge. When you top up, that means rewards, greater rewards are getting unlocked. So if you wanted to get your hands on that wonderful phone, that means you have to top, and top up in order for you to unlock all those rewards. And the more top ups you do, the more chances of you winning. So what are you waiting for, guys? It's almost June 24th, and that means you're gonna be spending a lot on those new skins, especially there's gonna be a huge update that is going to happen. Now, the game is underway. SF up against the Sleepy Peanut, who is currently playing on the red side. So, we're gonna be seeing the first pick, Mai Shiranui, being hovered here, ladies and gentlemen. So, a really fast response for the Sleepy Peanut. They're not even sleeping. They went for the long and dia pick. Now, after that follow-up, they just need some durable guys up in play that can front. Go front. That means they have the Dun. And yeah, I'm back. And I'm gone again. So, Dun, Dolia, that means we're gonna be seeing Unruly Blade. We're gonna be seeing... Hello there, good sir. I mean, this is nice. I'm seeing myself. Hello. Dun and the Dolia. That means you're gonna be refreshing all your some selected skills. If you wanted to refresh the Unruly Blade, why not? And this is a really nice tandem, though. We all know the lore. Diadja and Ogran goes way back, but in the farm lane, of course, Diadja is going to sustain long in order for him to keep his form up. So the last two picks is going to matter right now for the SF Supreme Force. They just need probably, those side laners, Clash Lane and the farm lane, and that's why they're targeting the farm lane, the RNG. And Sleepy Peanut needs mid. Yep. And that's why Yi Sing is removed. Supreme Force is not wasting any time. They don't want the chessboard or the checkerboard guy to come up and play. You have the jungler, you have the roam and the farm lane, Clash Lane. Okay, they just need also another Clash Lane in the mid lane that can go on par with the Mai Shiranui. They don't want some setups. They don't want Yi Sing and another burst capable hero in the form of Ganjang and Moya. Targeted lane, of course, is the farm lane being banned out. Lady Sun and the Ranji. That means there's gonna be a lesser hero pool for the SF. Now, Mai Shiranui hovering this one. I mean, Mayin is being considered here on their side, but they're gonna be going with the set. Sunse, no. Okay, this is going to be an aggressive clash lane. If you're gonna be facing up a dude, okay, I like this. I like this. They don't want to put Dun in the jungle anymore. This can go okay. They're gonna be playing support Dun, and they're gonna be jungling Diagodo to open up the Mayin. That's why. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh yeah. Farm lane wise, Chano is the perfect option if they wanted to at least go on high amount of damage compare up against that long. You need the leader stance coming in from this guy. So Clash Lane Mayin, or they can like put Chano in the jungle, but they don't have farm lane. So it's going to be a Clash Lane Mayin jungle Don. Okay, the early ones was clever, but of course they're gonna be they're gonna be playing it safe. And for Fanois, okay, interesting name. No, is he going for? They're not gonna go for the Luban right, like here, like the avatar that he has, but they just need a solid mid lane, and you know it's gonna be finished, just like this one. Zia, okay. Zia on mid lane. You expect there's a lot of bursts. There's a lot of harassments that you can do with the Zia. You have the crowd control, you have the damage over time, and you can scale up to level 25. And you can also give that opportunity to one of your allies. I mean, if you wanted to focus on leveling up or maxing out the capabilities of an Ogran to level 25, Zia is your main guy. Zia is that guy that can level up fast. He can go level 15, like before 10 minutes, and then give that gift. You know, give that sanctification gift towards your allies. It can be towards Long, it can be towards Ogran. Zia has to play it out. And one good thing about Zia is that one whatever or whenever he touches, he doesn't need to necessarily last hit, but when he touches or when he harassed one guy, maybe a minion, maybe a jungle, you know, yeah, you can like touch Maru and then you can get the most out of it. They won't be overextending. That's why they need to go back towards their lane. So he doesn't necessarily need to get that kill. He just he just needs to touch them. And look at those glowing orbs. It's coming back to Zia. He's now level 2 at 30 seconds. Second skill up. Trying to crowd control the members of the Supreme Force SL. And now they're back towards the jungle. Ogran is getting the Azure Golem kick coming in from Fanois here, being punished. And now it's all up to the jungle. No lanes at mid. Mai Shiranui is clearing their jungle, looking for some sustainable farm. And seems like Mr. Dunn here needs some assistance in clearing that jungle way too easily. While Don's here is busy talking towards the Firehawk. He got punished. The Flaming Palm. First blood will be secured here by Mr. Long. With the help of Fanois, of course. Fanois. Maru. You know, you just need to at least protect your farm lane or Dons in order for him to not get punished. You know, one good thing about the Diadja is that he can throw, you know, his second skill to Atya, and once you like do it like 2 times, it's gonna, you know, it's gonna prevent you from moving. So that's a really good crowd control skill by the Diadja. And now 2 minutes up in the game. Zia now level 5. He has that ult. Not gonna hit towards the Mayin. And look at the patience coming in from the Sleepy Peanut. They waited for 2 minutes. Clash Laner, the Byron, and the Ogran decided to at least eliminate, you know, the big sprite, the big bunny on the Clash Lane, activating the portal. And now SGX rotating on mid lane. Decided to go for Violet. Okay, Violet trying to at least hammer it down on the floor. Dons is enjoying sustain coming in from the Dolia's pool, of course. And he's back to farming. I cannot see any developments after all that first blood. It's because that they're playing safe. They don't want to get punished. They don't want to die that early. It's an early mistake from SFSL, and they don't want to do that again. And you can see Mr. Don's, playing it safe inside the pool. He doesn't want to overextend. He's just farming every Firehawks and Firebeaks available in their site. They're just waiting for another like 40 seconds in order for the first Tyrant to spawn, and it's gonna be favorable for them because the fire lanes are quite nearby. But you can see SGX right now trying to channel his inner anger towards Violet. And Violet here, of course, he's not gonna be, he's not gonna back down. He's gonna go back farming because they know one big objective is gonna come out really soon. Clash laners on their lane. Supreme Force SL is making sure that the Sleepy Peanut won't touch this Tyrant. Arky. Okay, Arky and the Mayin, and the Byron here will be somehow going on a skirmish, but Byron decided to go down. SGX started to at least make the first move on the Tyrant. And that is going to be an easy secure. Tyrant secure for the side of Sleepy Peanut. The Overlord is still up though. Violet decided to go for the Azure Golem. Secures it with a smite, but he got controlled. He got knocked down. Violet is still durable though. Unruly Blade out. My Shiranui kicks in. Mayin gets the kill towards the Diadia. That's a really, really nice engagement. They're forcing Sleepy Peanut to at least go deep inside their base and then converts that into a kill. And now, this is what I love about the Dun. This guy is a natural beast, a natural tank. And while those fights are happening, there's a movement. Dons decided to at least take the tier 1 tower at the bot lane. But Supreme Force SL, they will be losing their Clash lane tower, their tier 1s, by the 3 members of the Sleepy Peanut. They force Arky to go home. They almost got him killed, but of course, he can tumble away. 1-to-1 scores or gold is just pretty much tied up. Supreme Force SL, they can still manage to come close with that gold. Path of passing, they decide to pass through the walls. Again, that's a Force ultimate coming in from the Diadia. Not going to hit towards anyone, but you need to sustain. Are they going to force a tier 1 mid? Nope. They will be backing off. Sleepy Peanut has another objective in mind. You can see Mr. Long here trying to at least get those tier 1 towers in the bot lane. And Arky is thinking the same thing as well. Might as well trade it out. Do a mirror. Go for the Clash lane. Done here securing the Overlord. And now Mayin also getting that tower. Knocked back by Dons. Sleepy Peanut right now disengaging. They're playing it safe though. They don't want to lose any members. Okay. Now Supreme Force SL here grouping up. There's still no signs of the Tyrant and the Overlord coming back to the game anytime soon. Maybe wait for another minute. But it's all about taking this Crimson and the Azure Golem. Wiping your jungle out before your opponent does. And now Zia unleashing all those ults. Violet decided to disengage with the Unruly Blade. And now Mr. Byron going in the middle of it all just to soak and receive so much damage. And that is their first casualty on the side of Sleepy Peanut. Again, Diadia with a follow-up. And that's a 3 members down. Ogran decided to follow suit. Dons dying towards the hands of Zia, who's currently now level 13. Okay, with the damage over time coming in for the first kill, you see how painful Zia is. Flaming Fall, not enough to take down the Dolia. He's in the water, Kaisho. He needs to tumble away, but there's a pool saving his life. And the Ode somehow buying some time for the Mai Shiranui to go back to safety. Wow. Supreme Force making the most out of this game, but Sleepy Peanut is definitely in the gold lead. Okay, but I'm not saying Supreme Force cannot catch up. they're catching up in team fights. They know how to fight. They know how to engage. Once they saw that, once they see that one member of the Sleepy Peanut is getting too deep, well, it's go time for them. We know who our target is. Maru just trying to bait the members of the Sleepy Peanut because they're just waiting for the timer. 13 seconds on the second. Tyra might be our last Tyrant before the 10th minute mark. Are they gonna get this? They need some buff. They need some extra strength. Sleepy Peanut trying to force Force SL towards their base, but this is gonna be a good opening. Sleepy Peanut, are they gonna be getting a 2 out of 2? Yes, the isolation play does work. No contestments made, no questions asked. It's gonna be SLP making the most out of their first 10 minutes. Supreme Force is gonna defend, but they're not gonna, protect their tier 2s. Unruly Blade did connect. There's your Celestial Melody. Are we gonna see another Unruly Blade though? Where is the opening? Diadia with the ult. Zia as well, punishing, poking down the towers. And there you have it. Mr. Dunn soaking up all the damage. Farm Noise here goes in way too deep. Byron getting low. And now Zia, he's just punishing them with some ult, man. He's just charging non-stop. No casualty as of the moment, but Sleepy Peanut, they're leading when it comes to space. They're maximizing their space. They're trying to take down those turrets. They had 4 tower takedowns. But what's gonna be the next thing for both of these teams? They need to wait for the 10th minute. Fanois with the sustain, checking out the brush. Arky did manage to at least get out just in time. You can see those combos of ults lining up. Tier 2 in the Clash lane now gone for the Supreme Force SL. How can they turn this around? That's the question for the Supreme Force SL. Look at the amount of damage coming in for the Sleepy Peanuts. They're focusing on push, ladies and gentlemen. And they're talking to the Shadow Tyrant as we speak. Supreme Force, are they planning to contest this? Violet looking for an opportunity. Unruly Blade, where's the smite? Oh, Gran will secure this. Another Unruly Blade is gonna come into play, but the knockback's coming in from the Zia. But Mayin will be getting the most out of this by getting the long, and Chano will be getting the Byron. Fanois is just trying to heal up Mr. Zia here as he goes back to safety. Unruly Blade connecting. And they're not gonna be committing. They're gonna be knocking on their turrets, but there's no minion waves as well. The dogs are now unleashed. Leader stance has been used, but I think this is just a thing to buy some time for the Supreme Force to, take this Shadow Overlord. And with no contestants, they will be securing it. Okay, Supreme Force is getting all those crucial kills, eh? But Sleepy Peanut, with their map control, they're still in the lead. Supreme Force is not letting go. They're just looking for that opening. Now we can see how Supreme Force SL works. Violet is trying to find a perfect target. That's a dot. He can close the gap. He can go for the back lines. And if he can target the long, if he can target the Diadia, it's going to be easy. But the most priority of it all, they need to find the long, give everything you had, eliminate him first, and then you go for the tanky guys. And if you can find the Zia, that's gonna be a bonus. So that's what you need. And with the Celestial Melody, getting those Unruly Blades, it's going to help them. But another leader stands unleashed. They're going to be waiting for a couple of seconds before that comes back online. Arky and the rest of the members of the Supreme Force are going ham in this mid lane, even without the minion wave. They don't even care. We cannot wait for minions, man. We need to do the job ourselves. But nice wave clear here for the Sleepy Peanuts. They're just buying some time. The gold now close. There's no objectives to fight. Supreme Force They know what they're doing. Here comes the Byron going in for my Kaisho. Is he gonna be accepting the challenge? Is this going to be a 1v1? But no. I need to get to my team. I need to work with them. And Rudy Blade out. Fanois tries to at least delay his escape. And this is the good thing about Yaya. You can go in, you can like hold your opponent and then go back. You just need your allies nearby just to be safe. You can use your heal, your first skill, in order for you to reposition yourself. You also can use your second skill to reposition yourself as well. Supreme Force clearing their jungle, going from Crimsons to Boars, whatever it takes, even the Fire Beaks. It's money. It's gold. You need those currencies in order for you to lock those items. Speaking of items, might as well check what's happening right now. Xia with the ult. There's no signs of Supreme Force engaging. Oh my goodness, there you have it. This is the sign though. With the Unruly Blade into towards the Byron. Their stance has been used. Look at the damage coming in from the dogs. That is a force spear suppression being forced. But the Diaja as well getting caught by the Chano. Chano Dons right now. He got every crucial kill that he needs to get. And Violet as well will be getting another one. Activating the Blood Rage. I mean, Don is just tanking. Chano is just hurting their opponents. This is the time where Supreme Force is exerting every force that they can get just to win this game. Going towards the inhibitors. They can go towards the base. Even with the Splendor, Sia is not gonna save himself from trouble. Supreme Force, with the patience that we can see right now, they're keeping an eye towards the crystal and gets the game number 1. Supreme Force gets the win of the series. Sleepy Peanut, yeah, they need to somehow, get back towards this game. It was an impressive early game, no doubt about that, but what happened is that Supreme Force got the most out of those team fights. Yes, Sleepy Peanut may be winning in the map control, but in terms of overall aggression, Supreme Force does know who to target and when to fight. They know that Sleepy Peanut is going too deep, and that is why playing defensively, that's the offensive thing that the Supreme Force SL does. They have that tanky guy to soak up all those damage, and they're just waiting for Kaisho and Dons to at least get those farms up and running. And now you can see Dons, once that he got his items, even the dogs that he has right now, it hurts. Splendor cannot even save Sia, or they just converted. Wonderful play. So there you have it, folks. This is just game number 1. And I think we are gonna be heading towards game number 2 in a short while, but seems like we're just waiting for them to, relobby up again. So this is going to be Vince G, and this is the Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament. Might as well go for a little break in order to freshen up ourselves. So don't go away, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament. This is still our lower bracket round 2 or quarterfinals between Supreme Force and Sleepy Peanut. So, going back, Supreme Force, they managed to get a win up against Sleepy Peanut, and Sleepy Peanut is looking for that upset. They need to win this game number 2 in order for them to force a game number 3 on this series. They need to win 2 straight games in order for them to upset Supreme Force. They're playing on the same... Sorry. So, this time around, Sleepy Peanut is gonna be playing towards the blue side, and Supreme Force SF is going to play the red. And now, let's talk about the drafts. Banned Mai Shiranui. They don't want a Sleepy Peanut to utilize the burst capability of the Mai Shiranui, just like Kaisho did. And interestingly, also Arlie being banned out. They don't want to hand this kind of hero towards the side of the Sleepy Peanut. And talking about the bans on the Sleepy Peanut, Ogran and Diadya, they don't want to give them towards the side of the Supreme Force. And this enables Supreme Force to utilize those sets in the form of Zhang Wei and the Yi Xing. Interestingly, they also went for the pay pick. Having a pay on your team, that means you're clearly wanting to invade the enemy side. And that's why they're hovering to a potential clash lane that can, go with that kind of harassment or that kind of invade play that the Supreme Force wants to get. Byron being banned out is a good choice by the side of the Sleepy Peanut because they don't want that guy to at least tanking or soaking up all those damage. Mioe, one of the potential or one of the good Kalash laners that can soak up a lot of damage. He can be immune, he can reposition and then, absorb and weaken her opponent. And the last 2 picks for the side of Sleepy Peanut is going to be the Monkey and the Motsa. Solidifying their last pick, they just need a marksman. And it seems like Zero Yue is going to be the viable options, hovering towards the Luara. Okay. There's a lot of options available for the side of Supreme Force. But who is going to be their marksman on this game? Who's going to be their farm laner? Okay. So you have the Miyue, you need someone that can dish out high amount of damage. If they wanted to go magical, Erin is the perfect guy or gal to do that. So focusing on the drafts alone, Arky needs to build a lot of offense magical items. Same with Arky as the Miyue. Violet here needs to clear jungles really, really fast, and here comes Maru. Maru can help him, secure those buffs with the Jiangfei pick, double smite setup. But if you're gonna be talking about the lineup of the Sleepy Peanut, you have the Dharma. That means you're ready to pack a punch. You need those walls up in play. You need to corner your opponents. You need to set them up real good in order for them to receive those punches. And I wanted to see how this series goes through this game number 2, and welcome to the series between SLP, Sleepy Peanut, and the Supreme Force SL, as each and every members decided to go towards the mid lane. Interestingly, you're playing with the Motsu, you're playing with the Cannon Blast, you're gonna be unleashing it every time. Sleepy Peanut is balancing their durability and their, crowd control capabilities. Maru is at mid. He's just checking for each and every one. And rotating the mid lane is a wise choice because he wants to protect Kaisho from all those harassments. Thanks to Fanoise. Now the rotations are in play. They're going back towards the jungle. Mid laner Elsa, Mommy is helping SGX, clearing out the farm. SGX with a smite, securing the Azure Golem. Rotations are there. Cannon Blast towards Maru's face. Pei, meanwhile, rotating towards the Azure Golem side. Another Cannon Blast connected towards the Jiangfei. It's okay though. He's a tank. He's a beast. He's receiving way too much damage. And as we said, the frost coming in from the Lady Gen didn't quite, soften up this meat. No bread, no butter, just meat. Oh yeah. Booker T. Anyways, we get the reference though. You watch too much wrestling. That's your first casualty, Mr. Jiang Fei, Mr. Beast, Maru got caught to a lot of crowd controls. You've got Cannon Blast, you've got Destructive Deluge. Any crowd controls coming from Sleepy Peanut is working out pretty much effective. And of course, this will also help SGX to somehow keep in touch with Violet, who's currently level 4 on the top lane as well. Clearing. They just wanted to clear the bunny, but they got set up really good. And Miyue decided to at least go rogue. He went invincible just for a moment. Violet will be picked up by the ice of Lady Jen. Mommy, he just wants some milk, but he got a really juicy kill in the form of Violet. It is the first 3 kills on the side of Sleepy Peanut, huh? Now, Vanoise is just doing Motsu things. Unleashing those Cannon Blast, trying to hit them up from multiple targets. Maru and Dons holding towards their lane. Maru decided to at least clear up the lane just to make sure that Eren or Dons here will be farming up safe. And now we can see the barrages coming in from this guy, Dons, unleashing those ults just to clear up faster. Sleepy Peanut still playing defensively. Arky with the clear towards that River Sprite. Maru and Fanoise here checking each other. How are you, bro? I'm good. But SGX right now decided to at least, go mid, poke him out. Mankey he's just eating dreams. He's the dream eater. He's good at being tanky. He's good at getting big. And he's good at poking down his opponents. This cute little thing, it can get tanky. And you need to respect the monkey. But Fanoise knows Maru's coming up. They're just waiting for the first 4 minutes of the game. Supreme Force right now keeping an eye towards the objective. Meanwhile, Kaisho got caught in the middle lane. This is a good start for Sleepy Peanut to somehow start the first tyrant of the game. Clash Laners doing Clash Laner things. Supreme Force wants to at least get the most out of this first tyrant. Sleepy Peanut started this, but who's gonna get the smite? It's gonna be Mankey. SGX with the secure, and that's a good box coming in from the Motsa. Giving XGS an extra kill. You get the tyrant, you get the kill, and you get a double. It's like a buy one, take one. Good deal for Monkey. No, buy one, take two. You just wanted the tyrant, you get 2 kills, and he's gonna get his third. He's gonna get his third. Dons was protected by Maru, denying that triple kill, almost triple kill, but for SGX and the members of Sleepy Peanut, we just need to work hard. We need to clear the jungle camps. I'm gonna give it to Vanoise. I don't need this. I don't need the Azure buff. You can have this. SGX right now is rotating. He knows that the perfect recipient from the Azure Golem is Fanoise because he's unleashing a lot of Cannon Blast. And now we can see the Dharma going in for Arky. He's just linking. He's just tethering himself. But now, the punches are coming in play. Oh my goodness, Dharma is hurting, but you cannot survive. You're fighting against 3 members of the Sleepy Peanut. That's a clear 7-0 for SLP. Supreme Force, how can they recover from that? My, oh my. It's going back to farm. And now platform bounce for Dharma. They know that Dons is just safely watching from that brush. But there's no engagements made. Maru. Yep, he got caught. Every basic attack coming from Fanoise here just to check those brushes. Maru is coming. Tries to shove him out of that brush. But the Cannon Blast damage is quite painful, I must say. I mean, just look at this guy. how much of an annoying thing is having that kind of blast. Look at that. The mana is just 95%, and he's spamming a lot of kind of blast. And how can you stop Amotsu from stunning or keeping you in your place? Supreme Force, they're just giving room for Pay. As long as he's safe, they're saying that it's good. But as I'm saying, Sleepy Peanut is really good at those map control. After they go for a push, they're clearing up every lane, they're clearing up every jungle. They're gonna go for the tier 2 at the farm lane, Arky. You know, it hurts because you've got Mr. D Run J here knocking on your tower. And that's your tier 2 gone. Violet. Okay, I have my own business. Don't mind me, guys. Just continue your fight. Violet will be forced to at least go home. Aid on that fight. Where's the setup? Pay, welcome back home. They're gonna finally start the fight. And now, the initiation coming in. I think for Mr. Dharma, it's way too deep. But, you know, it's worth it because if they want the tower, they got him. But Arky now linking. He decided to go and aim for Mr. Diranji, but they did not get any kill. Aside from the Dharma sacrificing himself for the greater good, that's the first kill of the Supreme Force SL. Sleepy Peanut, they are doing so well. They almost did this in game number 1, but this time around, they're almost doing this perfectly. But for Dharma, he needs to sacrifice himself. We just need some space, man. We just need to secure that second tower at mid. That means we can like go access the base very easily and then win. You know, force the game number 3. Let's not just prolong this game any further. We just wanted to at least snap this game number 2, kill the momentum of the Supreme Force SL, and then go for that win in game number 3. And Sleepy Peanut, you know, they won that second and that last tyrant before the 10-minute mark. Radiance will be activated. No one is there. Supreme Force, I think they're waiting for the final Overlord to come close. But they have to race against time. It seems like the Overlord doesn't want any business after all. He's gonna be awakened as the Shadow Overlord in less than a minute now. But timer starting to tick. Radiance has been used. Maro got detected. He doesn't get hit by the Cannon Blast. Another Radiance here by Fanois. Cannon Blast. Yixing, the board is in the play. They managed to force Mr. Sailor Moon inside that board. But where's the follow-up though? Not enough. Might as well check the items. As long as I can see this. Dons already has the Splendor up. Okay, Axe of Torment for Mr. Dharma in a Pure Sky. For Miyue, he's focusing on attack speed, magical damage. And for Erin as well, yep, magical damage, Scepter, Splendor, Lifesteal. Same with Yixing as well. What's the source of their physical damage? It's only Mr. Pei. It's only Violet. He just needs to at least farm those physical items. Axe of Torment's Master Sword up. But somehow they managed to nab that buff. Okay, they managed to get the Crimson Golem safely. But this Shadow Tyrant is not gonna be safe on the hands of Sleepy Peanut. I mean, who's gonna contest this? This is gonna be hard. Supreme Force decided to go for the mirror match. We're gonna be going for the Shadow Overlord, but look at this. 2 members marking this play. Yixing secured the Shadow Overlord. But the Dharma here, good mantra towards Pei. And that, you know, the passive that Yixing got triggered, but it did not give him. He did not, he survived for long, but, you know, he's gonna get caught. So, for Arky, okay, you focus on mid. We don't even care. I mean, I'm gonna take the farm lanes tier 2 and then go out of my way. But no, I wanted to at least go on fight with a Dharma. But this is a Dharma with an item now. You have to respect that. Inhibitor tower be protected. Supreme Force not welcoming any visitors. Sleepy Peanut going back. Miyue on the back line. He went for Menki. Menki being stalked. He's being followed by the Miyue. Arki decided to at least go on a separate way and then focus on the Motsu Yi Sing. He got the kill. This is the start. This is the start of recovery for the Supreme Force. 33.8k. Almost 2k gold lead of the side of Sleepy Peanut. But in terms of like map control, still Sleepy Peanut is in control. The number of buffs that they get, I mean, look at this. They got 2 buffs before 10 minutes. They got the Shadow Tyrant as well. But for Supreme Force, okay, we will get the Shadow Overlord. There's no biggie. Now, patience play from both of these teams. We just need some really, really nice setup. I just wanted to see Mr. Zhang Fei, Mr. Maru go on a full beast mode. If he unleashed that beast, it's going to be the star. But the way I see it, it's Kaisho initiating the fights. Once that Kaisho decided to land those boards, okay, it's go time for the side of Supreme Force. We're not gonna waste any time. And for Kaisho, he's becoming painful. But remember the passive, maintaining initiative is now out. He doesn't have any destiny after all, you know, that item. Fight has been started. Unleash the beast for Maru. As he disengage out, he smashes towards the ground. And that's enough for Sleepy Peanut to force their way, or to force an ultimate for Maru. Violet right now hiding, trying to clear those brushes. Sleepy Peanut, they're heavily denied. They don't want, I mean, Supreme Force doesn't want Sleepy Peanut to get close towards that inhibitor. You know, we still have chance. Okay, Kaisho now maintaining initiative, now having that passive, that immunity, that death immunity, just like what we've seen earlier. But that doesn't mean that you're gonna last for too long. But if you manage to play it right, if you got the Splendor and you go flash out to safety, that's where the fun thing starts. And if Kaisho decided to at least, you know, I don't want to die. I'm just gonna build Destiny as well. You know, trigger my passive, trigger Destiny, wait for them to cool down. Wow, Kaisho, if he does that, I must say he's afraid to die. If he also bought the Sage Sanctuary, oh my goodness, Lady Jen gets to pay. Violet now out, but Mr. Kaisho Yi Sing gets one. Zhang Fei with a smite. Perfect! And maintaining initiative has been used. But Menki is now on a legendary streak. He got Kaisho. Kaisho gets one, but he got punished way too hard. And that's gonna be a 4-1 trade. But they did get the good part. Supreme Force SL, thanks to the smite coming in from Maru, they secured the Shadow Overlord. But let's see, how will the Shadow Vanguards help Supreme Force SL in holding this game for too long? Here comes Dharma going in hard for Violet. He got punched. Dons was forced to use the Splendor, but he got melted. The 3 members coming in from the Supreme Force is now going all out. Here comes the Force. May the Force be with you. But Sleepy Peanut says no. Thank you. This will give some ample time for Supreme Force SL to breathe. And they almost got their base crushed. Their crystal crushed. But for Supreme Force, it's not yet over. 6k gap. 16 gold lead. Waiting for another big objective. D-Ranji is gonna try to at least farm it up. Wait a minute. Supreme Force, I must say they need to make sure that Violet cannot be touched by the members of the Sleepy Peanut, because once that Sleepy Peanut sees Pei, they're not gonna show any remorse. I mean, for Lady Jen, okay, it's combo galore. You're not gonna walk. We've got the Cannon Blast, we've got the Destructive Deluge, Ocean of Tears. Every burst that we can use towards this pay, your time's up, and our time is now. Sleepy Peanut with that late game capabilities unlocked. Arky, he got spotted by the minion wave. He's gonna go back. Okay, Disturb Dharma with the distraction play. Okay, he did not decide to check that brush. For Arky, he's now safe. He's gonna go back. Jiang Fei Maru got hit by the Cannon Blast. Information warfare. Who's gonna get the intel out towards their opponents? Maru staying in that brush as well. Sleepy Peanut decided to check on that brush, forcing Jiang Fei to get out of that position. Supreme Force, not overextending. Are we gonna see some board? Are we gonna see some Unleash the Beast coming in from Supreme Force? This is going to be an effective defensive mechanism that they have right now. But for Diranji, he maxed out his level 15. He can go crazy. He can go ultra deep on this one. But I mean, Arky, he's just playing mind games. Pei, Violet, he's invading the camps. Arky right now, he knows. Violet and Arky working on arms right now. But Mr. Diranji decided to, okay, no, I don't mind. You guys do your business. I'm gonna talk to the Shadow Tyrant. Shadow Overlord still up. They still have 2 minutes before the Tempest Dragon to be awakened. Wow, we're gonna be seeing our first 20 minutes today. SGX right now. They wanted to knock on that inhibitor on the mid lane. Now, board being set up. They did not get anyone out of this. Maru, you just have to scream. You just have to, unleash your inner beast in this fight. But Arky going towards the side, positioning, being patient. They're just waiting for someone to come in that brush. But, oh, look at the presence of mind coming in for the Sleepy Peanuts. They decided to check on that brush. Slowly but surely. Inhibitors is gonna be taken out. They're just poking way too hard. No more inhibitors. Elite super minions now in play. Total immunity being casted by the maintaining initiative. Here comes Mr. Jiang Fei. Beast, but he got frozen. The irony, because Elsa is there. We're not gonna see 20 minutes because we're gonna be seeing game number 3. SGX right now did not go for the lock though. They still have one more member. Kaisho's still alive. The minion waves is gonna do the job. Game number 3. Who's gonna take that win? Is it going to be Sleepy Peanut or Supreme Force SF? And by the way, Sleepy Peanut, it seems like game number 1, they're just sleeping. Game number 2, we're totally awake. Game number 3, it's gonna be ours for the taking. So we might need to see that. Wow. Amazing play here on the Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament. But before anything else though, I just want to give a huge shout out to the Nothing Syndicate Esportss and Kaisaya Game Topupss. Check out the banner below. They also have this Level Up to Victory Challenge. And you just have to be a part of the community. You just have to top up for multiple games. And if you love Honor of Kings, you just need to get those awesome skins. You need to pull that Hello Kitty, the Sanrio collaboration, the Cinnamon Roll, Rayaria, and the Kuromi Angela. I have one too. And if you are looking for, if you're looking for a place to top up, Kaisaya Game Topupss is your go-to. And they have this level up program, as you can see on our screen right here, our banner. They have those awesome prices. And if you continue to support Kaisaya Game Topupss, ROG Phone 9 might be at the palm of your hand. So, what are you waiting for? Be part of the community, contribute. You just have to top up and then unlock those exciting rewards. check out the milestones, and then, what are you waiting for? You just have to top up your game and just be a patron, ladies and gentlemen. But before anything else, this is still Vince G. We'll be taking a short break here in the Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament. Vince G is still here with you, and we still have 3 more series. Speaking of 3, we are in game number 3 of our first series between Supreme Force and Sleepy Peanut. Supreme Force SF is on the blue, Sleepy Peanut is on the red side. Now let's talk about the drafts. Arky decided to go for a burst hero like Ganjang and Moye because we all know, we've seen the Mai Shiranui of this guy earlier on. It packs a punch. Violet went in for the Ogron because it finally opened. Kaisho will be getting... Oh, sorry. Who's going to be the Motsu? Okay. It is going to be the Motsu. He's going to be playing the rogue. Okay, so I think Kaisho is going to use the Ganjang and Moya. Dons, he needs a really good marksman, a heavy hitting marksman that can punish the members of the Sleepy Peanut. Violet is getting his hands on the Ogran. Maru is gonna be utilizing the Motsu. Arky just needs a hero. It seems like they're hovering towards the Byron. Ooh, Wang Zong. Very interesting. But are they gonna go for the Wang Zong though? Marco Polo is a better option. Now, let's talk about the Sleepy Peanut draft. Charlotte, not wasting any time. They went in for the SGX Noah. Or most likely, this is going to be Mommy's kind of hero. SGX is going to give, he's going to at least lay his hands towards the Agudo. Marksman is going to be the Shoyui Sustain. Okay, this is going to be a sustain game. So it's either Kaiyan. Okay, I was thinking of the sustain game because they have the Agudo. It fits perfectly. But okay, they're gonna go for the double snipe setup. They're just gonna be disrupting the jungle. Fun noise with the Jiangfei pick. They just need someone that can tank. And aside from Agudo, most likely he's gonna deal physical damage as well. Fun noise needs to be tanked. You have to show you. You just have to keep your distance into that fight. This could work. If they decided to go for the Matsu Shoyue, but now I can see the play here. Okay, you just have to let Shoyue farm, maximize all those damage output, play from a safe distance. Once you're in deep trouble, you've got Agudo to at least back you up. Okay, so this is going to be a battle of marksman. Dons and the Shoyue in this lane. But let's give a huge shout out. Let's get some love towards our viewers here. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Underground Esports. If you're not followed yet, make sure to follow this page for more HOK action. So might as well let's have this tournament in the future. You just have to follow to at least stay updated into what's going to happen. But still, while the game is on the way, might as well give shout outs to each and every one that is in the comment section. Especially for the members of Team Flash. We have Mr. RTG and Mr. Mark Ezekiel Mose. Wow. Shout out to these guys. They're the most handsome players of Team Flash that I ever knew in my entire life. Wow. Most handsome, most reliable guys. Okay? I think, someone told me that they are looking for, they're looking for partner. Wow. They are looking for partner in ranked game. Now, if you know Jowa, they're looking for Jowa right now. But speaking of which, let's get back to business. SGX, he decided to summon Purple just to punish down Violet. Path of Passing is there. Look at the Noah creating a lot of boxes just to confuse Supreme Force SL. Kaisho not giving up with the pokes. We all know that the damage output from the coupled blades is quite painful in the early game. Once you build a really good magical item, you see the attempt of them, they're going to be punishing down the Noah, but he managed to flash just in time. to save himself from the burst capabilities of the members of the Supreme Force. What a way to start mid. Show you where he needs to charge his rifle. He's just gonna hit the Firehawk. Fanois with the backup. He's just sustaining Mr. Shoyua here. Okay, clearing up the minion wave. Firehawk is down. Doms decided to at least go rogue, unleashing those bullets right in front of Shoyui. You know, this is a really, really interesting matchup. A guy with multiple bullets against a single bullet guy in the form of Shoyui. This bullet can be lethal, he says. Now he has the boots, those attack speed boots just to boost him up. Check out the items though. Still the start, still the early game. Of course, you need those shoes, you need those boots up in play. Mana boots, attack speed boots, boots of resistance is there. Now, Gore's mobilization just to punish the members of the Supreme Force once again. Kaisho decided to flash his way through and then unleash that blade in the face of SGX. That is gonna be your first blood. Supreme Force is now dictating this game, and it seems like they want more. Kaisho, okay, with the damage, with the damage coming in from the couple blades, they're just clearing the waves very fast. Mommy, now with the creation, they're pushing away the members of the Supreme Force. Dons, he's gonna be knocked back, but they know that the bigger objective is up. First tyrant of the game here, Doms. Yes, they're gonna be securing it. Violet and Dons working hand in hand, but Arky has that information. They're busy. Arky decided that he's not gonna waste any time. He's gonna go folk. Ogron is gonna secure that. That's a 2! Wow, good start for the Supreme Force. SL managed to get the Tyrant and the Overlord in, 30 seconds interval. Wow. So you've got the Shadow Vanguards aiding you in lanes. You also got the Tyrant buff. So what can you ask more? Look at that. Kaisho is not holding back. Throwing a lot of blades in the brushes. Cannon Blast is not gonna hit though towards Fanois. But you can see the pressure is slowly rising on the farm lane. Shifting on mid. Arky is just enjoying the time of his life, man. I'm solo. I can do whatever I want, man. Wait a minute. Where is the fight happening right now for Sleepy Peanut? Yep, they're behind 1K, but they can still work their way through their economy. The jungles are clear. The jungles are quiet. It's quite empty. So how can a jungler like SGX farm up? This is going to be a challenge, though. They need to force a fight. But for Sleepy Peanut, you cannot force a fight. You don't want to get yourself in trouble. You know? You just have to secure those farms up and running. Maru just doing those normal attack. Cannon Blast did hit towards the Shoyue. Okay, there's no emergence coming. Curse mobilization. Violet is just gonna try to use the para passing, but a couple blades will be hitting the Shoyue. That's another good. That's another kill for the Supreme Force SL. Now Marco Polo, after the turnaround, they decided to push the tier 1s at bot lane as her golem is gonna go towards the hands of Kaisho. Wow, that's a nice steal. By the way, after the pressure, they decided to invade. They decided to clear the jungle camps and then rotate towards the mid lane. Sleepy Peanut, are they gonna keep their guard up? Is Farus gonna unleash the beast? By the way, shoutouts to each and every one, supporters from both of these teams, Supreme Force and Sleepy Peanut, though. The reason, okay, I've read this in the comment section earlier. I don't know who commented this, but the reason why they picked an Agudo is because the user and the hero does look alike. I don't know. I'm not the one who said that. But anyways, here comes Mr. Arky, trying to at least charge his way through to Miss Charlotte on the top lane. Fun noise. He's decided to back off. He's not gonna show his inner beast. It's way too early. Later on, it's all about the patience play. Sleepy Peanut waiting for that hole. Just like Supreme Force did happen. Oh, Charlotte, he got knocked into place. But the Ogran is gonna secure that kill. Gorge mobilization is there. Furball is not gonna survive. He got called back. And he's gonna roll away. Again, the respawn from the Ogran is really fast. After the Charlotte kill, they're gonna decide to at least apply the pressure in the mid lane. Now the pushes are coming through. Top lane is now down. Mid lane is all that's left for tier 1. SGX and Fanois creation just to at least block. Tyrant is up. Overlord is still is there as well. Arky is marking it. But they cannot go any further because of the primal bond. They're waiting for Sleepy Peanut to somehow poke this Overlord. But, okay. Let them be. Arky decided to go back towards the lane, but nah. I wanted this bigger prize. I wanted to get this marksman. I wanted to get this Shoyu. Guys, okay, mid is getting crowded. They are trying to push Sleepy Peanut members away, but are they gonna commit towards the Overlord? Wait a minute. Crimson Goal and upper grabs. Who's gonna get the last laugh? Oh, it's still Dons and Kaisho. Inner Beast coming out. Agodo gets the kill towards the Motsa. But look at the killing spree from Kaisho. The couple blades quite hurt way too much. Violet linking towards his opponent. Charlotte is now running out. And now Zhang Fei gets the Marco Polo. But Myron will be getting him. Arky is gonna get the last laugh. Now, they just have to wait for 20 seconds before the Shadow Overlord and the Tyrant comes into play. But they can get the most out of this. Taking down the tier 1. Going in for the Azure Golem. Eliminating all those jungle monsters. Supreme Force does need to maximize their map control. And now, welcome to the 10th minute. Shadow Tyrant and Overlord is coming into play. Who is going to get these buffs? Okay, Sleepy Peanut checking every nook and cranny creation just to check. SGX making the first move for Sleepy Peanut, awakening the Shadow Tyrant. Where is the other? It seems like Violet wants to contest this. He's confident with his Ogran. The resets are there. They're gonna ignore the Shadow Tyrant. Gorge mobilization will be used. Pata passing just to get towards the lane. Charlotte got knocked back. Maru will be unleashing the Cannon Blast, but nothing is gonna happen. But this will give Supreme Force SL some momentum and the opportunity to secure the Shadow Tyrant. Noah with the ult is not gonna win. What? He almost got that with the Smite, Violet. He overextended, resulting in that reset over that Shadow Tyrant. But they cannot steal it. Imagine wasting like a couple of seconds just to at least clear that Shadow Tyrant. But what if that if that Shadow Tyrant got stolen by Sleepy Peanut? It's gonna be a disaster. But good thing Supreme Force SL, they decided to commit to it. And now they're gonna be talking to the Overlord. They have to consider the primal bond. They have to consider it. They have to be careful. But no, they're just using that as bait. They want Sleepy Peanut to react. There's no tower pushes as of the moment. They're just clearing up camps. They're just freezing lanes. And oh my goodness, Violet. He's not gonna be eating that destruction coming in from Mommy. SGX try to heal up. He's not gonna summon Furball as of this moment, but they're gonna be going towards the top lane. They know that something's up. Somehow, Charlotte decided to back off a little bit. Byron got opened. He pushed down the T2 tower on the bot lane, and this will be forcing the members of Sleepy Peanut to react. Mid and top lane also pretty much vacant, but they did manage to handle the task perfectly, taking down the T2 tower in the top lane. All that's left is mid. T2 at mid, upper grabs, but Sleepy Peanut decided to tighten up their defense. Overlord can be contested now. They don't have the primal bond. They just need those. Sleepy Peanut needs this Shadow Overlord. They need the Tempest. They need the Shadow Vanguards to somehow push back the members of the Supreme Force SL. But Pata passing, couple blades, Fanoise is gonna back off to safety. He's not gonna use his ult. Remember, Fanoise has the smite. That's why the members of the Supreme Force is isolating this guy. Perfect box out. Fanoise cannot come close. He cannot use the smite. He might leap. He might turn into a beast. Tumble Furball. SGX decided to back off a little bit. Byron is on the sidelines. Going in the jungle. SGX right now. He's just waiting for that perfect place. Creation. Bigger box. Destruction. Or ruin rather. Cannon Blast is there. Supreme Force eyeing towards the Charlotte on the Clash lane. Violet leading the charge. Gore's mobilization being thrown out. The members of the Supreme Force. But what's gonna be the next thing? XGX is working their way harder. And the members of the Sleepy Peanut doesn't want to surrender the tier 2s. Violet goes in the middle, securing this tower push. And here comes the Shadow Vanguards knocking on the inhibitors. How can you answer to this? All lanes being pushed by this Shadow Vanguards. Now, Creation. The box is there. Charlotte decided to go, and poke down Maru. But Maru cannot, he's not gonna back off. He's gonna back off, but he knows he got his friends up. Kaisaya here running low, going back, almost got deleted by the Shoyue. My oh my, one lethal shot can cause fatality towards Kaisaya. And now he's on stealth mode. Sleepy Peanut is knocking towards the Tyrant doors, but the Tyrant is definitely going for a reset. Pata passing is there. Gorge mobilization. Tier 1 is there, and he get bolts with the ruin. And now at the middle of it all, it's Arky. Arky running low. And now this is not gonna be good for the Supreme Force SL. But Ogran, Violet make the scene. He goes mid. He goes hard. Rampage for Kaisaya. Couple blades just to clear the lane. You need those damage. That's why it's a crucial teamfight DPS for Kaisaya. And now he got the anti-tank item. Magical Pierce. Now this means that Sleepy Peanut won't be feeling that couple blades, that daggers taking into your heart. Look at Charlotte. Even being the durable Clash laner that you have, you're gonna be in awe. And just like that, even with the Sage Sanctuary Dawns, he's gonna dance towards his death. Just like what he did with the Resplendent Revolver and the ult combination and the Nuwa punishment from the god. With the ruin, he decided to create a path and then burst Dawns. You don't have your Sage Sanctuary? No problem. You cannot back off. I'm gonna hit you with a shotgun. Even if you're backing, you're gonna receive way too much. He got Frigid Charge. He got the stun. What else do you need? Dawns. He just overextended. It's just the crystal. Sleepy Peanut is talking towards the Shadow Overlord. even with the minions that SGX has, he's just persuading them back and forth, left and right. But this is the opportunity for the Sleepy Peanut to have their fighting chance. This might be the start of something. Sleepy Peanut still keeping an eye on that upset. If they get this Overlord, this might be an advantage for Sleepy Peanut. They will be extending this game. Violet finds Fun Noise. Mommy, remember that this god is Nuwa. Can burst you anywhere on the map. He just needs a mental. Another ruin being hit. Just to at least somehow melt the members of the Supreme Force SL. Pato passing. He's not gonna go inside the pit. Supreme Force SL. They're isolating Sleepy Peanut. Byron is down. He's going 1v1 with Charlotte. There goes your Ogran. Arky. No, let's just keep it chill, man. We still have like 2 minutes before the Tempest Dragon spawns. Even we did thought that game number 2 is going to reach 20 minutes. Well, it did not happen, but this time around, one thing's for sure, this game is gonna reach 20. Again, ruin for Dons. He decided to mamba out, but Agodo decided to shut down Violet. SGX, perfect team fight tag, but look at Arky. He has his time to shine. Definitely a moment for him, knocking down towers all by himself. But Sleepy Peanut is working on their teamwork. They are keeping hand in hand just to make sure to punish them, but SGX got punished. Sleepy Peanut will be backing off. Zhang Fei with the ult. He jumps just to go back. And now we can see the box coming in from Maru. They're controlling Charlotte, but Charlotte is dancing with death. But the shutdown from Nuwa and Ganjan and Moya will be securing that kill. No more Shadow Tyrant and the Overlord. It all comes down to this. 20 seconds before the Tempest Dragon spawn, Byron, Arky did fall towards the hands of the Shoyue. Emergence being cancelled. Creation is there. But can they create though? Mommy, I want milk. Can he create an opportunity to upset the members of the Supreme Force? Supreme Force SL, they had a wonderful, tremendous early game. Just check the items. For Byron, he got the Frost Scars, he got the Pure Sky, the Eye of the Phoenix, he got the Axe of Torment, and the Meteor. Plus, wait a minute, let's focus on the Tempest Dragon. Sleepy Peanut is going all out. They're isolating the members of the Supreme Force SL. They're making sure that no member from the Supreme Force is gonna touch this Tempest Dragon, but the Tempest Dragon decided to reset by his own. Violet linking towards Charlotte. But there goes your protection. Leaping Savior, just to at least grant them some shields. But oh my goodness, Violet is coming close. He's gonna punish Farus. Cannon Blast. He's gonna die anytime soon, but he got the heal. He decided to heal himself up just to disengage. This will force Sleepy Peanut to somehow defend their base instead of fighting in that Tempest Dragon. Supreme Force SL will be having that advantage. SGX is going for the steal of the lifetime. Emergence being cancelled. Ruin way too early. Who's gonna get the steal? It's gonna be Violet getting the smite. But the fight is underway. Is this going to end it all? Sleepy Peanut, they need to run for their life. Charlotte with the Shade Sanctuary. Up and down. Byron gets a double. Getting Zhang Fei. Getting Shoyue. He tanked every damage, and then Ogran will be shutting down SGX. With Charlotte and Mommy trying to defend this crystal, can they extend this game? Or Supreme Force walking with the minions, knocking on their doors, and congratulations Supreme Force for advancing in our next round. Sleepy Peanut, they did manage to put up a fight. We we must commend their efforts, ladies and gentlemen, as I am fixing my camera, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I just need to at least unplug and unplug this, but wow, what a series! First series in our lower bracket. It reached game number 3 and totaling to amount of 20 minutes, man. It's way awesome. We still have 3 more series, by the way. As I am trying to fix my camera. There you go. I think I'm good. But yeah, the series is way too awesome, man. It's way too action packed. But you know, talking about the efforts of Sleepy Peanut, there's no doubt that the boys did manage to fight up until the very end. But there's on this series, there's only one team that needs to advance, and it's Supreme Force SF that will be having another shot in the lower bracket. So they just have to wait for their opponents later on. We still have another series on the lower bracket, and I think that's going to be Microwave up against Ascension later on, probably our next series. So whoever wins in that series, they're gonna be facing Supreme Force. So what are we waiting for, by the way? We still have 3 more matches. We just have to hydrate, guys, because this is going to be a long evening, everyone. So before we throw into break, I just wanted to give a huge shout out for Sem Nothing Syndicate and Kaisaya Game Topupss, and of course, shout out to Kaisaya Online. Make sure to follow her page as well. They also have this level up to victory challenge. So all you need to do is to top up to any game, especially in the Honor of Kings. Since the big update 624 is getting close, it's just 2 days away, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of good skins to buy from the market. If you don't complete your Sanrio collection, you know, might as well top up in the Kaisaya Game Top-Ups. And they have this level up to victory challenge wherein the store grows and you grow with them as well. So you unlock perks, you unlock rewards. So in order for you to get your hands on some great prizes, you need to top up on the store. You earn points, you unlock goodies, and if you reach the maximum prize, you're gonna be getting those ROG Phone 9. Man, this is really, really good. So what are you waiting for? Top up in the Kaisaya Game Top Up. So there you have it, folks. We'll be having a short break. Vince G here on the Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament. See ya. evening, everyone, and we just concluded our first lower bracket series here in the Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament. So don't mind me if you don't see me, but you can still hear me, right? So this is still Vince G, and here, welcome back. We have this series. Okay, we're done with Supreme Force and Sleepy Peanut, but yesterday we've seen Ascension descending down the lower bracket, but this time around they're gonna be facing the winners of the lower bracket round one, and that is going to be the Microwave. So Ascension on the blue, Microwave on the red. So I have an intel right now on the members of the Ascension. So Ascension, Eggsy is their clash lane, and mid lane, their mid laner focuses on verse. So this is a good ban though. So I think the Microwave watched the game yesterday and they knew that the Mai Shiranui was exceptional. Ooh, interesting first pick. Okay. Okay. So okay, wait a minute. I'm hearing some words, man. Oh. Oh. Okay. So I think what's gonna happen though? Hello, Mr. Director, are you here? What's gonna Oh. Okay, okay. So I think are we gonna remake this game? Okay. So yeah, we're gonna be remaking this game. So there's a new face here on our Team Ascension. Okay. So Team Ascension actually, Oh My Maiden. This is the first time I'm seeing Oh My Maiden being he's gonna play out, or probably she changed her name because Oh My Maiden, I think she's gonna fill as the Rome. Ascension. They have SXGE is the Rome, right? Hello. Who? Huh? Okay. Okay, so while we're fixing the technical difficulties, while we're fixing things up, okay, I'm just hearing some words. Don't go anywhere. This Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament will be right back. Oh, ayan, si ano na, room nila, SXG player nila yun ah. Ha? Hindi. Player ng ano yun, Ascension yun. Nag, player ng Ascension yun eh. Oh, baka yung ano yun, hindi Ascension yung nagpalit, baka yung Microwave. Kasi yung Ascension, tama naman eh. Kasi SXGE, player nila yan. Ha? Baka yung Maiden hindi lalaro. Kasi wala yan kahapon. Oo. Kasi ang support nila, yan si SXGE. Tingnan ko yung lineup. Oo nga, ba't pumasok yan? Pillar. Ah, Sage. SXGE Sage pala yun. SXGE. Eggsy, si Pido, si Dijin ata yung wala. Si Dijin yung kahapon, yung gold lane, ay yung farp lane. Yung nag-AFK long. So baka yun yung kailangan nilang, yun yung dapat na ipapasok nila. Awit. Nag-confirm ba? Nag-confirm ba sila? Di ba tag-1? Eh, yung Ascension. Yung Ascension nag-go. Si Maiden. Sabi ko, bago to Hey Maiden. Sino si Hey Maiden? Yan o, yung Oh My Maiden hindi po kasama. Na-start kasi kaagad. Ni. Akala mo yung Sage sa kabila, sa kabila. Hindi, ayun yung ano, yun yung roam nila. Yung Maiden niya. Sabi ko, ito yung bago ito yung bagong mukha Sabi ko, sino to? Abuto tayong 11, men. Oo nga eh. Ayoko na mag-rank game eh. Masaya na ako sa 10 stars eh. Ano, play na ako dyan? Sige lang. Ang gitna na. Diretso mo na sa draft mamaya. Oh, pero pagitnain mo muna. Sige, tapos natin timer. Okay. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Underground Development Tournament. For Honor of Kings, Vince G will be your casters. This is our second series. Now, all that said and done, we already fixed the lineup. The Jin is now back, so I even thought that we're gonna be seeing a new face for Ascension. The Jin, I think this is going to be the redemption arc for him because yesterday they lost up in the upper bracket up against CMF. So I'm reading the comment section right now. Uh, ah, I'm hearing the comment section right now, ladies and gentlemen. So, uh, this is they're talking to me because they heard what I've said earlier. Okay, okay. So I'm really confused. So that's what we're talking about in the live earlier. So I'm just talking. I'm just saying that we've seen the players yesterday. SXGE corrected. They said it's red as sage. Okay, the Jin. Okay, this I'm looking for this player. I've even thought that my maiden was the substitute player. Okay, so now they fixed it. The Jin is now back. We also have Eggsy as well. So I just have to speak in English because I think Microwave is going to be the other team. So I think they're gonna be fixing the graphic later on about the teams that are playing. So we're done with Supreme Force and Sleepy Peanut. This is Ascension and the team Microwave. So the Gen utilized the long yesterday. I've seen okay, Eggsy yesterday he went for the Mayin yesterday. SXGE or Sage rather. Okay, as corrected by the comment section. That's how you pronounce that. I think Sage is it's really easier to say Sage rather than XXGE because I'm spelling the name out loud. Roamer for the side of the Ascension, but there you have it, folks. The game is underway. Now we can see the drops pay for the side of Microwave, Lady Jen, Chano, Byron, and Diadia. Now, for the Ascension, this is their only way to ascend on top. So we can see the game now on front. Everyone is jumping on the mid lane. Uh, I think they need to fix the overlays for the team names because Sleepy Peanut and Supreme Force are done on our first series. Now, Microwave and Ascension will have to fight it out. Mid lane getting crowded. Early invade, interesting. The Lamb pick. They wanted to at least check out what's happening in the Crimson Golem side of the Microwave. Microwave decided to at least retaliate. You know, in order for you to counter the invade play, you have to invade by yourself. That's what the Ascensions is doing right now. Now for the Clash Laners, it's going to be a role switch. So we have the farm lane. We have the Jin attending to the Byron in the Clash lane. Oh, that's the first blood. They get Eggsy. Okay, so I was about to say that Eggsy is just filling in the farm lane. He's filling in because I think on this game the Jin needs more experience. He needs levels. That's why he went in for the he went into the top or the Clash lane in order for him to reach level 4. And if he's level 4, that means he can get that infinite fastest way early. So for me, the meanwhile, Eggsy is going to occupy the farm lane. So this means for Eggsy, he can get items. Now, if he secured the last hit, he's gonna rake up in gold. Now, hey Keke, here the pay. Now trying to chase down the Jin, flaming palm, burning him to pieces. Now we can see that the Sing. Okay. Oh, I know this guy. That's why the IGN is familiar. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Sean. I'm gonna call him Sean, by the way. Mr. Sean as the Yi Sing. Okay. Man, he's the Yi Sing player. He's the, he's really good at mid lane. But this time around, Microwave. What are they? Okay. So Byron is just guarding the jungle. He's not letting Mr. Lian Po go back. Diadia with the kick. First kill back to Yarokazia. Nongpai. Okay, they're just trying to make sure that every jungle side is cleared. Okay, now the overlay is fixed. Welcome back. Ascension on the blue team. Microwave is on the red side. SXGE got hammered down, but he countered it with a burst ramp. The Jin SX Sage. Sorry. I need to get used to Sage. Okay. Sage, the Jin, and of course the Yi Sing. They're clearing out the mid lane very fast, but Microwave reacted to the same thing as well. We can see Lam knows what's up. Okay, the brush got occupied. You just have to say hello. Okay, hello, Diadya. I think Mr. Lam knows that you're there. Sage got kicked. Lam goes in. He's gonna try to at least annihilate Diadya, and that's your counter attack. 1-1 score. 7ST may be getting the first blood earlier, but the answer of Ascension took time, but it's worth it because after that conversion, they're gonna be talking to the Tyrant. Tyrant right now, heavily contested by both of these teams. Lady Jen gets the kill. He managed to steal the Tyrant. Ultimate coming in for the Diadya. Burst Ram out. The sustain from Diadya is there. 7ST is there. And Yarukazia with the steal and the kill. The Jen goes back. Byron gets him as we speak. Team Microwave knows what's cooking. We cannot say let them cook. But they're reheating, man. They're just getting heated. The irony, because Lady Jen is just trying to freeze their opponents. Burst Ram goes in. 7ST is going to be the target. But they're not gonna get them. Wow. we can see some viewer. I think Microwave is from Thailand because I can see some viewers here from Thai. Shoutouts to each and every one. To Noot, to my baby. Okay, shoutouts to you guys again. That's a really nice steal from Microwave. How can they play their cards? They're now 1k ahead.
Red team has destroyed a tower.
Gird yourself before attacking.
First Ram, 7ST plus the board coming in from Yising. Lam did manage to at least get that. Punish his opponents. Goes for a double. Sage! He managed to set up real good. He tanks it up. Good crowd control. And now we can see the Byron chasing. This Lamb, he's low, but he's on a rampage. He doesn't care about his health. He knows that he can pulverize. Again, the Jin almost dying. With the Flaming Bomb switch, he managed to punish down the XXPP. Yarukasia, they managed to put a stop towards their mid lane. That's a really nice start. You know, you cannot steal the Tyrant. You cannot get the kill. You cannot walk away with that. Ascension right now doing really good. Mr. Chano Nong Pai, he went in for, you know, the push somehow. Sage marking down the mid. Top lane. Eggsy work his way through. Now Pei. Okay, they're gonna try to force their way. They're gonna try to clear the waves. They're gonna try to at least make sure to stop Ascension from engaging, but the board is there. Ultimate coming in from Lian Po. Sage running low, drops on his face. Pei is there. Infinite Vastus will be used. He's gonna try to at least Dragon out to safety. KKKKKK. He's gonna run to safety, but Lalong somehow burst him. They traded. I mean, the Frost coming in from Lady Jen, Destructive Deluge, did manage to punish the Dragon. But at least, if I'm gonna go down, I'm gonna bring you with me. Eggsy. He's marking the Overlord. They know that the Team Microwave is heavily invested as well. Pei, he's farming non-stop. He wants to clear the jungle as fast as he could. He's going in for the Azure Golem. What's the next move for Ascension? They're gathering at mid lane. They're letting Long have his way. Mr. Aoyin responded to the fray. They're gonna group up. 4 members at mid. Sage, he got bashed by the Byron. You know, slamming those hammer hard. Top lane, much occupied. The jungle is crowded. Heaven ST with a good crowd control plus the kick. The Jin with the flaming palm towards the Diadya. Another dragon, infinite vastness, just to, you know, just to go towards the safety net. Now, you cannot steal this because they're making sure that we're going to be getting the Tyrant. Yarusaria got punished by the Lian Po. And then you have it. Even Sage initiated so well. Yising and Sage collaborating with that setup. Good board, good ult. Yarukasia cannot set up anymore. Plus, they got a good Byron kill. And the Diadya as well. So, Ascension, at 9 minutes, they decided to at least take down the tier 2s on the top lane. The Jin. Oh, Lamb coming out of nowhere. Gets the pay. KKKKK got eliminated. And they're going to be eliminating the tier 1 at mid. Finally, they can like transition into tier 2s. And then might as well go for the inhibitor turrets. 17 seconds left for the Shadow variants to awaken. Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant is gonna be on play. Look at how Ascension is controlling the map. Now with the platform bounce, I think that's bad because he just want to respond, But that's a really good setup. The ultimate coming in from the Lian Po is very much on point. Sage again. After that setup, he gives room for the Lamb to get those kills, as well as for the Jin to at least highlight the damage thanks to the good setup from that Lian Po. Sage did tremendously well with the Lian Po. But for Team Microwave, I think they need to chill.
Blue team
I'm gonna miss the platform bounce after June 24th. But, you know, he just wanted to respond towards that fight. But Ascension can see players using the platform bounce. And that is why they have an idea, okay, Pei's gonna go. He doesn't have a backup.
a tower.
Pei, as we speak, he clearly wants to at least get Sage. But we all know that the passive of the Lian Po, he gets durability once he got the stacks. And right now, Lamb picking up the back line. He went in from Yarokasia going to XXPP, and then for the double, Yi Sing gets 7 ST and Hey KKKK, and transitioning this towards an ace. I think this is a clear indicator that Ascension will not be wasting any time. Wow, who owns the duck? They're gonna be attacking the base clister clear before 7ST and Team Microwave waves up. So I even thought that they're cooking with that steal, but Ascension decided to finish this game. Okay? So that is your game number 1, Ascension on a match point. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, that is it for our first game. Ascension definitely needs one more win. But for Microwave, they have to make an upset just like what we've seen earlier. From our first series, they forced a game number 3. But will Team Microwave force a game number 3, or will Ascension ascend towards our lower bracket back in our grand final? So interesting times, might as well throw towards a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, HOK Underground Development Tournament, Vince G, we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament. Vince G will be your solo caster for tonight as we witness Ascension winning their game number 1 up against Team Microwave. So as we can see a recap of what happened. So a little bit of storyline. Ascension yesterday, they descended down the lower bracket thanks to CMF, which is going to be our next series because they will be facing Chibs on our upper bracket finals. But we've witnessed earlier on that SFSL now holding a ticket and they're just waiting for the opponent of their they're just waiting for their opponents. Ascension, this might be them. They're just one win away, or Microwave can make an impact. They just need to win 2 more games, including this second game that we're gonna be seeing right now. So this is going to be an interesting draft. The draft is finished. Now, the Microwave is going to play the blue and Ascension on red. Eggsy with the Mayin. The Jin going for the Diranji. Now, Lady Jen is going to be on the hands of Ascension Esportss. And Dun. They need some tank and Sage Sakir. Okay. They're going to be going for the sustain play. But for the Microwave right now, seems like they have to, the pressure is on them. But we also can say the same thing for the Ascension. Yes, they're in the match point, but the reason why the pressure is on them is because they're thinking they are, of course, they need to think that they're just they're just one win away. So the more that they think that they need to win, the more the pressure is going on their side. So let's not waste any time. Let's focus on the game at hand. Sage decided to drop that big sword. No, it did not hit anyone on that brush. Sage going towards the brush. He got knocked down by Jiang Fei. 7 STs there. Yi Sing. So definitely this is going to be a swap. So Yarokazia and will be getting that Yi Sing in exchange of the Lady Jen for the Ascension Esportss. Dharma and Mayin punching and kicking Eggsy, dropping XXPP low. Dharma is that hero that is very, very much painful, but he needs items. He needs time to scale up. He needs levels to master the mantra. Dharma can be quite painful. He just needs to work on those walls. Farm lane battle, Lady Sun and the Ranji. Sage, aka the Peter Pan of the Hero's Gorge. He can fly at ease to check those jungles, but he's just giving some clearance for their jungler to somehow invade or to somehow secure the Azure Golem. But there's no invade happening right now. Team Microwave doesn't want to step. By the way, hey KKKK. On the top lane, the jungler for Team Microwave. This is Fatih, the newly released hero for this patch. But if you're familiar with this hero, this one is laying waste on the Chinese server as Cao Cao. The first launch of Honor of Kings, this hero is available in the Brazil server. Yep, they used Cao Cao before, but this time around they have rebranded this into a Fatih. Same skill sets. He's canceling his teleportation. He just cleared out the big sprite there. Pressure on the bot lane. Team Microwave needs to react. Hello. You went on a deep trap, but Yi Sing made the trap on his own. Laid down the chessboard, but no one is going to be there. Sage landed the stun towards 7ST, but this guy is definitely a beast. Again, Mantra. It did not connect towards Eggsy because he can tumble out. Lady Sun needs to be protected at all costs. That's why the Jiang Fei is working wonders. He's working overtime. He's gonna go back. Wait a minute. Now we can see two junglers. Durable guys. Tanky guys. trying to fight out Dun versus Fatih. Going towards the bot lane. Okay, nice brush layout here by Sakir by Sage. As for Dun, it's not done yet. I need time. I need to master the jungle. I need more items. Same with the Runji. So one good thing about the Runji here is that this hero has some stuns. He got some cleanse on his own, just in case debuffs happen. He can like, you know, rinse away those negative effects, and then at least fight for the safe distance. For Nongpai's Lady Sun, we all know that this hero has some enhancements, right? But before I talk about that, First Blood was brought to us by XXPP, knocking down the Dun. And now Unbridled Outburst is there launching. Now we can see that the Lady Jen did manage to at least get one as well. 2-for-1 exchange and make it a double for XC. That's a crucial teleportation for him. And he wanted to go for more. Okay, he stole the buffs. He's following SXT. He vacuums it in. And now, he... Sage! He's just helping XC secure the killing spree. And the fight doesn't stop there. The Jin actually secures that fight. We can see Kaisaya lays down the board. And now, Fatih running low. Sage gets the kill. XC becoming confident. And he's on a rampage. It's just started in the 4th minute. They ignored the Tyrant completely. And Ascension went in on a kill-centric just like that. Maintaining initiative got triggered. But that's not enough to save his life. But for XC, it's just too deep. He got controlled. He got taken out by XXPP. But Mr. Dunn, of course, he's working his job. Taking down towers, punishing down Zhang Fei 7ST out for 10 seconds. I think this is good for Ascension to somehow focus on the buffs. I mean, get the Tyrant, get the Overlord, get some work done, or maybe go for a push. For Dijin, he's marking out the T1 Clash lane. XXPP with the stun, he gets the healing due. But this will somehow get Ascension some... they're gonna elevate their status here. Just look at the graph. I mean, the economy-wise, almost 4K. Now, hey, KKKK, getting his Axe of Torment now. Team Microwave wants to fight. Dunn secures it. But it seems like they plunged towards their death. Team Microwave got heavily cooked on that contestment. Hey, KKK, he managed to use that smite. It's just that Mr. Don here has done his business so well. And look at the crowd control coming in from Jen. 7SD got frozen into place. They're gonna talk to the tower. Tier 2 for mid. It's gonna be the safe space 6 minutes in. Oh my. Team Microwave right now, they're losing way too much space. 7K lead and good crowd control. The stuns, Unbridled Outburst, board combination. It's just way there. But of course, you've got the Lady Jen. You've got Mr. Sean freezing you out cold. Sage. Good layout with the bush. And this is really hard for Microwave to somehow defend their inhibitors on the top lane as it crumbles down on the hands of Ascension. Ascension, they need to end this if they wanted to, go towards our next round and face SL later on. That will be Philippines versus Philippines. Again, XXPP there. He got stunned, frozen into place. And for Dijin, okay. I'm just gonna try to solidify those hits. Mr. Dunn, he's not even done yet. He's gonna punish down his opponents. Now for Ascension. Not wasting any time. Sucking down Eggsy. 7ST already forced. Already utilized it unbridled outburst. Board is there. The Jin poking them really, really hard on this one. Mid inhibitor down. It's all that's left is the bottom turret. This is before the shadow variants come into play. They could have ended at less than 10 minutes. Now Mr. Don trying to test out his tankiness, and well, my Dharma. He went in towards that brush. He got knocked down. The board is set. My Yin gets fatigue. The inhibitor, the last inhibitor standing, is now taken out, and the push coming in from Ascension is quite there. If Ascension wins this, they will have one more match later on tonight between them and SF, Supreme Force SL. Congratulations to Ascension winning the series 2-0. Team Microwave, we've seen them play, we've seen them try their best, but still, kudos, good job to Team Microwave for giving your all. This might not be your tournament, but of course, we're gonna be seeing you in the future. Of course, getting back stronger. Might as well getting or becoming the next champion of this tournament. Wow, what a game it is! What a series! So, with all that said and done, I think we need to at least throw on a little break because up next it's going to be Chibs and CMF. So don't go anywhere. HOK Underground Development Tournament. We'll be right back. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament Upper Bracket Finals between Chiblings and CMF Esports Vince G. By the way, we're gonna be going all the way up until our fourth series. By the way, this is our third. We're done with the first two series. Siguro naman, pwede na ako magtagalog. Okay na yan. Sige, para mas komportable tayo. Shout out sa mga nandito ngayon sa comment section, no? 20 million viewers right there, right now, on our Facebook Live. Ayan, thank you so much. Sa mga hindi pa nakapag-follow ng ating page, ayan, paki-follow naman po Underground Esports para sa mga susunod na ating mga pa-tournament dito, no? So, solo, muna tayo? Solo cast tayo today. Solo performance. Siguro kailangan ko muna huminga ng konti, kaya Tagalog muna tayo. Diba? Tapos na sila mag-draft. Chris, Hobin, Katsu, Alin Wonderland, and Dora Nene. Ngayon, ang lalaro para sa Chibs. Tapos, we have CMF kahapon. Nakita ko na ako paano sila maglaro. Way. So, feeling ko, this guy, hindi to taga Bangladesh, pero yung CMF taga Bangladesh yan. Tamid, Saiken Oya, Anthem, and Ashir. Itong dalawang to, Tamid and Ashir, nakapaglaro na to sa KME. Okay? Sa ating, kung tayo sa Pilipinas, meron tayong PKL. Sa South Asia, they have to qualify dito sa KME to represent the South Asia region. At sila lang yung Bangladesh team na nakapag-qualify dito sa ating KME. Itong sila Ashir at saka si Tamid, no? Meron na silang experience. Ngayon, saan ba sila nanggaling? Sila, itong CMF natin, sa Coffin Maker Force, no? They played for Venom Unleashed Sword. 'Di ba? Unleashed Sword. The irony, ito yung kalaban ng CMF doon sa qualifiers. Sila, Unleashed Sword po yung dahilan kung ba't hindi po naka-qualify ang CMF sa KME. 'Di ba? Pero this time around, sila Tamid at saka si Ashir babalik ng CMF ngayon in hopes na yung CMF hindi na pang second. 'Di ba? Gusto naman nila sa susunod na season ng KME, sila naman or CMF naman ang makapasok, 'di ba? Para at least may kasama yung Venom Unleashed Sword if ever na ganun nga yung mangyari, or sila naman ang magre-representa sa South Asia or sa Bangladesh. Chiblings and CMF right now, pareha silang on the skirmish. Let's talk about the lineup. Chiblings, meron silang Ogran, of course, standard, high pick, jungle hero, na pwede nilang kunin. Ngayon, still relevant natin all throughout different meta. Nakita natin na mabilis na flash coming in from the CMF. Kita mo yun? Pagka-flash nung isa, pati yung dalawa ng flash, Ashir, Wei, at saka si Tamid, di ba? Binigla ang ating player from the side of Chiblings, no? Si Hobin, hindi na rin nakareact eh. Gusto lang naman niya mampok ng damage. Tapos, biglang bumulaga sa kanya 3 flash. So, that means Tamid sa si Ashir na pa-flash pagka-smite ni Wei. Hindi na sila nagsayang ng oras. Men, bumulaga. Si Wei, hindi niya kailangan mag-flash. May lundag naman yung tigre niya eh. Diba? Ngayon, as I'm going back, no, CMF is playing ultra aggressive as we speak. Diba? Tamid, sabi ko nga, may experience na to sa pro. Playing for KME. Chiblings, gumagawa pa rin talaga ng pangalan for themselves. Hopefully, baka sa susunod, makita na natin sila sa PKL, no? Mag-qualify ang Chiblings sa PKL. At ang kagandahan dito, mga mamser, parang nagbebenta ng item, no? Itong underground tournament, magiging avenue para sa kanila na makapag-practice. Diba? Most likely, they wanted to practice their draft. They wanted to practice their lineup. Grind lang ng grind, ika nga. First 2 minutes up, buhay na yung Koneo sa taas. Panayas pinagko-contest ng parehas na teams. CMF and Chiblings are there. Ayun, CMF parang gusto yata nila mag-go on an all-out war. They have the Liang, they have the Guan Yu. So press, manggagaling kay Dora Nene, tapos kaladgad ng kabayo mula kay Caballero Chris. Pero sabi nga nila dito, sige, kunin nyo na yung Koneo. Wala problema. Pagka-clear, sabi ni Obin, sige, palagan natin to. With Wei using the teleportation there, even with the ruin, that's not enough to at least stop Chiblings from getting that kill from Saiken Oya. Diba? Nanggulat sila eh. Gusto yata nilang i-sandwich Silang dalawa. Wei and Syke and Oya, they wanted to compress Chiblings, but even with the assist from Ashir, hindi pa rin sapat na mapatumba yung mga members ng Chiblings. CMF now trying to react towards the bottom lane. They're going in from Erin. Pero kung ang Chiblings, nakita ko maganda ang trabaho nila dito. They're clearing out the jungle way too fast. Speaking of Wei, itong si Wei, speaking with the Pei lineup, no? Matik yan. If makakita ka ng Pei, usually baban mo na kagad si Byron kasi ayaw mo ma-invade ng kalaban eh. Kasi they will be playing ultra aggressive if ganun nga ba yung nangyari. Kung ganun yung nangyari. Ngayon, durability wise, you have Obin to tank up and yung pinalipad, pinatigas ni Katsu. Di ba? Kinuha mo si Wei, yung tigre natin, naging frozen goods. At itong si Ograna dalawa, gumagawa ng kahon sa gitna. Pati si Caballero Chris nakakuha, napasprint ba nga. At si Hobin din, gumawa ng daan. Kailangan niyang daanan lahat ng pagsubok. Nakakuha sila ng magandang amount of kills doon. Dalawa sa gitna, 4-1 score. Kailangan nila mag-back ng paunti-unti. CMF now, they have to at least react to that response, that aggression, mga kaibigan, na nakita natin from the side of Chiblings, no? Pa-shoutout kay Theodore, sabi ni Rain. Kung sino man si Theodore, shoutout sa'yo. Rain de la Cruz, 6-man ng Chief, the joke, sabi ni Theodore. Ito pa rin, di ba? Rain at Theodore, nasa comment section lang pala kayo. Tapos nagpapa-shoutout kayo sa isa't isa. Yun, di ba? Grabing tropa time yan. Diba? Tatagos kaya ang 2-1 pick kay Gon, sabi ni Giodor. Ayan nag-iingay na po ang mga supporter ng Super Chiefs. Kasi sa wakas si Vince G, kahapon pa nag-i-English. Dalawang serye nag-i-English, ngayon nakakapag-Tagalog na. Okay, nag-emerge po si Maring Noah, si Ashir para kunin si Caballero Chris, pero sinat dyan. Ginamitan ni Syke and Oya na malupitang itak. No, the Liu bang with the bang. Pero mas grabe yung bang mula kay Ashir. At tumabaho na po si Kuya Weiwei. Yan, watch me whip. Watch me Weiwei. Okay. Pero okay nga ba ang Chiblings after that counter attack? Pero may nangyayari sa baba. Tumagagtak ang barel ni Kuya Anthem. Dumoble with a double kill. Tinatlo pa nga. Sinama pa nga dito si Elf. Yan. Si Allen Wonderland. Diba? Kinuha si Erin. Tapos kaya pa nilang kunin yung push. So dumalamang na po ang CMF when it comes to gold. 17.1, 800 na kalamangan dito ng CMF, mga kaibigan. Naku po. Let's go. Did not disconnected. Kanina pa pala to. But still, ayan na. Kung sinusuportahan nyo yung Chibs, mag-ingay kayo sa comment section. If you're rooting for CMF, let me hear you say, oh yeah, in the comments. Comment down below. Do not forget to follow our page, Underground Esports. Shoutouts to Zem Nothing Syndicates and Kaisaya Game Topupss. Level up to Victory Challenge. If you wanted to top up your tokens, make sure to do it at Kaisaya Game Topupss. At ito na nga. Naglatag na nga dito ng daan si Hobin. Sabi na dito, gagawa ko ng daan para sa mga kampi ko. Tumulak lang kayo dyan, mga ma'am, sir. Sabi dito ni Alin, no? Diba? Katunog niya Alin, Erin Wonderland. Oy, watch me whip! Nagpatigas si Katsu, man. Like a real Katsu doon. Malaking creation, gumawa ng kahon. At ang ganda, pagka-ulti ni Kuya Marco Polo, sibay kinapitan, sinopress ni Liang. Diba? Sa iyong ngiti. Pati si Nuwa na humaling at yung tigre nagwawala. Kabayo versus tigre. Man versus themselves. 6-7 score. Katsu na pinita mag-ulti. Pero buhay pa, maganda ang pagkakagamit sa Splendor. Depensang malala. Depensang marino ang Chibs. Syke and Oya right there, right now, going in hard. But Erin Wonderland. Grabe naman, it work wonders. Diadya, napakasakit. Nakakuha niya pa. Naidamay si Dora Nene. Diba? Mamamatay na lang siya. Dinamay niya pa si Dora Nene. Ayan na. Let's go! Chiblings and CMF right now. Close game. Close encounter. CMF pumapalag pa rin. Katsu. trying to ult out. Ayan, no. Winter is here. Kahit tag-ulan na sa Pilipinas, mga kaibigan. Second, Tyrant, unti-unti na magigising. They just have to wait for 55 seconds. Pero hindi na makapaghintay. Magkabilang panic. Emergence. Lumapit si Noah. Pero grabe naman yon. Pag emerge niya, ayun, bumulagta kay Hoben. At si Hoben hinahabol si Anthem. Ayan, na party rock daw. Pero hindi. Mukhang rock na rock ngayon ng Chiblings. Dumalawa. CMF right now, they have to disengage at the cost of 3 players. Tamid, Anthem, and Ashir. Nakakaiway at Saiken na lang ang pag-asa ng depensa. Hindi mo mapipigilan ngayon ng Chiblings dahil gigil sila mag-push kay si Chris Caballero. Hindi mo na rin maaawat sa kanyang kabayo. Guan Yu na talagang palong-palo. No? Ginawang Santa Ana ang buong Heroes Gorge, mga kaibigan, di ba? Kabayong kabayo eh. Okay. What's gonna be the next thing? Pumipesto na ang Chibling sa may damuhan. Katsu, Alin. Alin nga ba ang target? Nandito, gumawa ng kahon, napakagandang creation, pero yung dragon natin dito, hindi mo mapaliwanag kung anong gusto. Yung Torre pala ang gusto ng Chibs. Sabay linis ng kagubatan, jungle no more, crimson no more. We go back. We wait for 10 minutes, mga ma'am, sir. Emergence na gulat si Chris Caballero, pero makunat ng ating Caballero. Piso na lamang. Nabuhay pa si Chris. Makakatingidig pa siya papunta ng base. Sabi niya, sige, gusto ko sanang i-clear yung minion. Wave gas, baka mamaya tumama yung shotgun ni Noah. Isang ruin lang. Ruin ang buhay ko dito. Check out the items, mga ma'am, sir. Kiras of Savagery at Frigid Charge para kay Guan Yu. Tapos tamang palakol, ayaw na pilis at Blood Rage. Splendor para kay Princess Frost. Sombrero at Scepter para kay Erin. Tamang magical damage pero may nagaganap na dagmaan sa gitna. Hoben gusto yatang kumonek at gusto yata nilang kumuha ng kill. Magandang connection to para kay Frost. Tamang slow ng skill 1. Dinidikitan pa rin ni Hoben at hindi tinantanan si Asher hanggat makakuha ng killing spree yung tigre natin dito. Kailangan mag-ingat ng tigre. Si Liu Bang hindi makasanib. Kailangan niya pumalag. Kailangan niyang rumiak ng tama. Saiken Oya goes in hard. Saiken Oya hindi na nakapag-cast ng ulti. Nagamit niya yung ulti pero hindi siya sumama. Si Chris nahuli ng isang diadya. Pero nahuli din naman siya with the suppress play. Erin will be getting that kill.
Has destroyed a tower.
Oh my gulay. 25 million viewers around the world. Chiblings cleaning up the map. CMF, they have to respond to that. Chiblings start strong. CMF did accept the challenge, but Chibs, they are dictating this mid-game. Shadow is up and running. Overlord is the first target. Chiblings and CMF needs to contest this. Chiblings right now trying to respond to what CMF is doing and potentially bringing the fight in the mid lane. Let's not forget, the Tyrant is still available. Doranene, Katsu, laying down in that brush. Noah with a good check. Ashir. Saiken Oya decided to go back with the ult. Diadya napilitan mag-ultimate pero grabe naman yung kapit ng isang Frost para kay Erin. Alin and Wonderland nakuha niya yung kill pero grabe naman ginawang dance floor ni Anthem yung gitna. At rampage na nga si Hoben. Chris, he's leading the charge. He's trying to fend away the members of the CMF. No po, kahit mag-cloak pa si Tamid dito, it seems like it's way too late. They're knocking on the crystal, not wasting any time, any chance. Emergence para kay Noah. Pero unstoppable na si Hoben. Itinulak papalayo yung mga kalaban. Pero Hoben is just getting closer. As they're targeting the crystal, Chiblings is on a match point. Ladies and gentlemen, Ofi, yes sir, this is just game number 1 of the upper bracket finals. And isang panalo na lang ang kailangan ng Chibs para makaabante na sa ating grand finals, di ba? Sitting pretty! Pero kung sino man naman naglag dito, well, wag silang mawalan ng pag-asa dahil meron pa namang lower bracket, 'di ba? Pasok pa rin naman sa top 3 'yan. CMF is still on top 3, 'di ba? But that is a really, really nice play coming in from Chiblings. Ano ba makikita natin sa mga susunod? Well, marami pa tayong makikita dito. That was a fast game, under 15 minutes, no? Pero, bago ang lahat mga kaibigan, gusto ko lang sana pasalamatan ng SEM nating Syndicate Esport for organizing this development tournament season 1 and kay Madam Kaisaya for the Kaisaya Game Top-Ups Level Up to Victory Challenge. Mga kaibigan, mga ma'am sir, 2 araw na lang darating na ang big update ng Honor of Kings. Lalabas na sila Flowborn, may mga bagong skins. Sa mga wala pang Sanrio dyan, kung gusto nyo mag-top up ng tokens, saan pa ba kayo pupunta? Dito na, sa Kaisaya Game Top-Ups, no? So, every time you top up, you contribute to the award, to the Level Up to Victory Challenge, no? Magiging parte kayo ng community, magkakaroon kayo ng ambag. Baka malay nyo, no? Magtulungan lang tayo dito mag-top up, ma-unlock natin ang pinaka-grand prize which is yung Asus ROG Phone 9. Tapos, the more you top up, the more chances that you can get. So, ano pa bang hinihintay nyo? Kung gusto nyo mag-top up, saan pa kayo pupunta? Dito, sa Kaisaya Game Top Ups. At huwag kayong alas mga kaibigan. Meron pa tayong game number 2. Tandaan nyo, ako lang mag-isa yung caster. Kailangan ko tipirin yung boses ko. Buong na ilalabas ko na lahat ng kulit ko. Vince G! Ako si Vince G, no? Kami ay magbabalik. Sorry, ako lang pala. Wala akong kasama, no? Dito, sa Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament. See ya! Well, mga kaibigan, welcome back sa Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament. Vince G pa rin ang inyong mga kasama. This is the second game of our third series. But itong series na to ay sobrang crucial dahil upper bracket finals to. Dahil kung sino ang manalo, matik ay makakapasok na sa grand finals. Kapag kapasok ka sa grand finals, pasok ka na sa top 2. Ano nga ba ang perks na magiging top 2? Ngayon pag-usapan natin ng prize pool, 10,000 piso ang pinaglalabanan dito, no? Dahil ang kampiyon ay makakapag-uwi ng 5,000. Ngayon, pagpasok ka sa top 2, that means 3K secured ka. Diba? Paglalabanan mo na lang sa finals dito is yung additional 2K. Diba? So, if ever na ang Chiefs ang manalo dito sa ating upper bracket finals, that means 3K secured tong mga to. Pero, for CMF, ang Coffin Maker Force natin, they're looking for an upset on our storyline. Sabi ko nga, may mga experienced player dito, coming in from South Asia, Bangladesh represent. CMF is now playing on the blue. Chiblings, matagal nang gumagawa ng ingay sa ating underground scene or amateur scene sa Honor of Kings. At mukhang gagawa rin sila ng ingay dito sa ating underground development tournament. But one thing's for sure, ako lang yung gumawa ng ingay kanina dahil solo ko ang casting, di ba? Nakita natin kung paano mag-perform ang magkabilang panig. Chiblings at CMF, no? They gave it their all. But in the end, Chiblings did decide to end this on their favors, on their terms. That's why sila ngayon ang angat, sila ngayon ang nasa lamang at they just need one more win para lang nakaupo sa ating ating grand finals, no. Pero kung matalo man sila, okay lang. Sino man matalo dito, may pag-asa pa sa lower bracket. Sabi ko nga, pasok rin kayo sa top 3. You just have to make sure na kapag natalo ka sa lower bracket, ma-earn mo ulit yung spot dito, no, para sa rematch. Kasi tomorrow na yun eh. Tandaan nyo, Lunes bukas ha. Diba? Tandaan nyo, Lunes bukas. Masyado masaya bukas. Pero, uy, interesting. Nako. Let's talk about the lineups. Hobin ngayon gagamit ng fade. Feeling ko napapractice na si Hobin kasi lalabas na po yung bleach skin. Diba? Byakuya yan eh. Diba? Pagka gumamit ka ng Byakuya, ako nakakatakot na yun. Tamang Zenbon Sakura ang makikita natin dito. Pero wala pa siya wala pang bleach skin, diba? Nagpo-practice pa lang si Hobin. Si Fade. Diba? Tapos, sa kabila naman, Luna ang jungler ng side ng CMF, diba? So baka nanood ng PKL, nakita si Carl kung paano magluna. Di ba? So, yun. So, abangan natin kung paano ang magiging serye CMF versus Chiblings. 1-1 nga ba ang ending nito? Or, tatapusin na nga ba ng Chiblings to 2-0? Mga kaibigan, huwag po tayong mahihiya dito sa ating live stream. Magpa-shoutout kayo hanggat gusto nyo. At syempre, follow nyo na rin yung page ko. Pero, ano nga ba ang page ni Caster? Ako nga pala si Vince G. Kapag sinearch nyo po ang Vince G, ayan, lalabas po yan. Tapos, i-follow nyo na rin po itong page natin na Underground Esportss kasi balak pa namin magpaturneyo ng napakaraming underground tournaments. Diba? The more amateur tournaments, the more chances of winning. Tama? Tama. Kasi, diba, kung hindi man kayo makarating muna sa pro, di tama. Start on the grassroots level. Start amateur. Malay nyo, kayo na ang the next big thing. Kayo na ang magiging next PKL champions. Pagdating ng wasiwas ni Kuya Byron, grabe ka naman dito, Byron. Pinasukan ni Saiken Oya from behind. He gets Hobin. Diba? I'm just telling kanina, bakit hindi nyo pagbigyan si Hobin ng baraktisin? Tandaan nyo, kapag lumabas na yung Byakuya skin, katakutan nyo na yung fade niya. Diba? Right now on the Luna, that means magic-centric itong jungler ng side ng CMF, no? Pero with the engagement coming from Saiken Oya, he was definitely confident. Ngayon, mas gusto ko ang confidence ng Chiblings dahil kapag meron kang Motsu na gamit, Unli Cannon Blast ka. Di ba? Usually combo yan eh, no? Ang marksman ng Chiblings, ang gamit ni Alin, kanina Erin eh. Erin Wonderland. Ngayon, Consort You Wonderland na siya. Diba? Clear lang. Oak Shot, Oak Bolt. Tamaan mo ng crowd control, Cannon Blast, tapos yung tulak. Diba? Di mo madali na kay Alin na itama yung Oak Bolt. So kapag ka gano'n, ang workout yung combo, yung tulad niya, naaray, oh. Tamang leaping savior lang para kumuha ng bagya, pero nandito na ang bayani, Ashir. Tamang roam lang. Again, Tamid dito, konti na yung buhay. Tandaan nyo, mid Liang to, ha. Hindi to roam Liang. Dahil lang roam nila dito will be Tamid. Ayan, no, may tropeyo. Sana all ganyan ang recall. Diba? May tropeyo si Tamid, sabay uwi. Diba? Pumasok na si Hobin, pero nakapitan. That's what you don't want to mess with, Mr. Liang. Tapos nasa may Tori ka pa. I think Chiblings will take note of that. Diba? You're playing with the Liang. That means, expect a suppress, lalo na sa mga malilikot na heroes katulad ng isang Fade. He went in too deep. Hobin tumalon sa may Tori. Tama pagkakataon to kay Ashir para gamitin yung power word control. At nung nagamit niya na yung control, that means he converted that into a really nice pick-off. CMF is off a good start. Ngayon, tinulak ni Tamid, Dora Nene answers back, Leaping Savior para makaiwas sa Cannon Blast. Sabi ni Chris, uy, Chris 2. Ang pangalan pala niya ay Chris 2, di ba? Tapos na ang Easter Sunday, but he is risen. Ayan na. Dora Nene right now, helping itong si Consort Yu, si Alin, na makapag-clear ng jungle, no? Together with Mr. Fade, Mr. Hobin. We can see some advancements, no? 3 minutes and a half. Alam naman natin dito na ang CMF kailangan talagang umabante kung gusto nga nilang markahan yung Tyrant. For the Chiblings, nako, mas mapapadali sa kanila ang Tyrant side, pero oo, tumalon ka Tami, pero we expect mo na may Cannon Blast na tatama sa mukha mo. Clash Laners are doing their job. Hindi mo na talaga matitinag yan. Byron, Mayin, okay lang, may sariling mundo yung mga yan. Mag-focus tayo sa 4v4. Dalawa sa mid, dalawa sa mid, dalawa sa baba. Or make it like 3-1, split. Sabi ng Byron, okay lang, meet up lang. Kailangan natin dito mag-gear up. Way, mag-farm ka lang dyan. Tatago lang ako dito. Sinilip ni Mayin, Tami, nakita rin siya ni Hobin. Pero may Leaping Savior. May community sa Tyrant. Pero hindi pa sila magko-commit. Dora Nene, tinama yung Cannon Blast. Hindi siya napalibad ng isang Tyrant na galit. Pero speaking of galit, Tamid, inilabas na ang kanyang unbridled outburst. Tinamaan ng Cannon Blast. Tamang atake lang from afar away with the smite just in time. But Mayin will be kicking Sampei out. Byron, Saiken Oya now dropping low, pero nakakuha naman siya ng kill kahit paano before he got taken out by Hobin. Grabe ang palitan dito. 3-2. Diba? First 3 kills para CMF, pero Chiblings, they decided to at least get to Saiken Oya at si Tamid. Pero that's a really nice engagement kasi CMF, they decided to isolate Chiblings para mag-highlight yung Luna ni Wei. Diba? Wala eh. Gagawin lang yan. Secure mo yung Tyrant, smite mo. Pag na-smite mo, sige, palag tayo. Pero even though with the Tyrant acquisition, masakit pa rin yung damage ngayon ng Chiblings eh. At nagkakitaan na mga kaibigan si Byron at si Mayin, no? Tandaan nyo sa lore. Di ba naghahabulan yan? Kung naabutan nyo po yung lore niyan, di ba? Si Mayin ay sobrang kulit, tapos si Byron ay parang ganito eh. Ano nga ba si Byron? Basta yun. Panoorin nyo na sa YouTube. May history in the making, pero ito na nga, sabay balibag. Bakit? Ayun, natamblingan, nakapitan, pero magandang target ito para kay Fade. Hindi mo ako nakapitan. Nagkamali ka ng target. Malaya itong si Fade na chap-chapin si Ashir kasi kanina ka pa. Ngayon, hinahabol si Alin ng isang way, pero nakita si Dora Nene, hindi tumama yung Cannon Blast. Katsu. Ina-isolate din si Anthem, pero nandito na, kinorner siya, kailangan magpatigas. Hindi makapagpatigas dito si Katsu dahil naku po, nanlambot siya. Nandito na yung makuna na si Jiangpei. Wei. Naku po, there's no way. Nakatakas pa nga dito, nakapag-dash out pa. Sabay talon, protection mula kay Tamid. Si Fade hinahabol. Naghahanap ng talon, ng pader na pwedeng talunan. Pero sabi niya, okay na nga. Farm na lang ako. Diba? Another Cannon Blast just to stop CMF from engaging. Guys, hindi pa to best of 5. Parang angwan nyo naman na. Ako lang ang caster dito. 4 series to, guys. Tapos gusto nyo best of 5 pa to. Awa naman kayo. Bukas pa yan sa Grand Finals. Guys. Solo cast crew, tapos best of 5 ang gusto nyo. 4 series, pangatlo ko na to. Yung game 1 ko, nag 3 games pa, pero yun na nga. Liang inabutan na naman. Grabe ang galit ni Hobin kay Ashir. Yun lang ang masasabi ko doon. Diba? Yung unang serye ko, full English pa yon. Game 1, Game 2, 20 minutes. Game 3, 20 plus minutes. May gulay. Diba? Sagad na sagad. Ngayon na nga lang ako nakakapag-Tagalog kasi may chibs eh. Kahit yung CMF eh taga Bangladesh, di ba? Magtatagalog ako para sa inyo. Sa bukas na lang, sa Grand Finals, pagka Chiblings nakapasok sa Finals, ayun, Tagalog galore. Or wait a minute, mag-English na lang ako, di ba? Mag-practice na lang tayo mag-English. I can do it right now. Luna, Wave, getting the Overlord. Nice presence of mind there. Mid lane got occupied. They're hiding in the brush. Saiken Oya decided to clear the minion wave out. Anthem is going to be there as well. But what is going to be the next big thing? I can see some developments on the top lane. Luna, Zhang Fei, and Liang is going to be there as well as they take down. They took down the T2 tower. Now that's gonna be way too deep. That's damage. He got stunned by the counter blast, but he can walk away with that. He's a tanky guy. He's Zhang Fei. Anthem unleashing a lot of weapons in his palm, but look at Motsu. Luna, Wei, almost getting Dora Nene there. But they decided to at least focus on this Tyrant. We're almost down to 10 minutes. I think there's the primal bond that's keeping them from securing the Tyrant. Okay, that's a really good skill from Katsu just to keep them at place. You know, I can say that Katsu loves playing with the freeze heroes. He went for Princess Frost in game number 1 and now he's going for Lady Jen. But speaking of Anthem, he controlled the final Tyrant before 10. So that means CMF, Chiblings, they have... CMF had the advantage, but if Chibling can contest and get the Shadow Tyrant and the Overlord, that means they will be having the edge for this game. Ayan na, di ba? Pasori siya eh, di ba? Trinay ko lang mag-English. Ganon! Ganon ako mag-cast kanina. Nauubusan pa tayo ng, bokabularyo sa isip. Pero ngayon, nakakapag-relax na eh. Relax na eh. Di ba? Linis-linis lang sa kampo. Gusto nyo ba mag-English ako? Boring yun. Okay, Luna, really nice cleanup. Smite just to secure the Shadow Tyrant, but we still have the Shadow Overlord. Remember, there's a primal bond available that will somehow prevent them from securing that objective fast. Fast clear from CMF. Impressive. Di ba? Gusto nyo, marami akong nasasabi. Di Tagalog. Pero sa English, maganda kasi nakapag-practice ka ng mga words. Mas na-express mo siya, mas nasasabi mo siya. Sa Tagalog, wala eh. Kaya ko na i-express yan. Diba? Hindi ka na mag-hold back. Katulad nito. Diba? Tambayan nyo yan. Yung pahaba na damuhan na yan. Yung talahiba na yan. O diba? Opposite side. Trying to release the cannon blast. Luna goes in. Nahuli niya yung unang biktima. Ladies Jen! Nasabukan ng Solar Hands ni Long. At mukhang ito na ang pagkakataon ng CMF para bumutas ng tore. 7-4 ang score natin. Lamang ng 5,000 ang CMF. Pumapaldo, Saiken Oya. Alam niya naman yung nagaganap. Pinuntahan ni Dora Nene pero kinahon. Naku po, wala pong laman yung kahon. Kailangan nilang umatras pero nakuha naman ni Consort Yu just in time. Sabay sibat ang Shadow Overlord. That means meron pang Vanguard na makakatulong sa kanila para tablahin yung push na ginagawa ng CMF. No? Kita mo si Wei kumukulit eh. No? Dinadala niya lahat ng rubber duck. Dito para itulak yung gitna eh. Oh. Ayan na. Long right now, hindi po mahaba ang kanyang pasensya. Naiinit na siya. Gusto niya na tapusin yung game na to. 12 minutes in the game. Tinamaan ng Cannon Blast yung dalawa. Pumapasok sa akin Oya, nagdabog pero hindi tinamaan. Nagbato ng bolang kristal ang isang Lady Jen. Pero maganda to para sa kanila. Shadow Vanguard is now out in play. Si Anthem dito kinakatihan niya yung palad niya, main. Lahat ng mga buga na nanggagaling kay Long ay talagang nanggagaling sa palad niya. Diba? Solar Hands. Saan nyo maririnig yan? Sa Yakitate, Japan? Panadero pa na to si Long, hindi pa na to Dragon eh. Diba? Yan, throwback. Yakitate, Japan. Nagkakalabasan na po ng edad, mga kaibigan. Ang totoo palang pangalan ni Long sa lore, no? Hindi pala Aoyin. Kung hindi Azuma, Kazuma. Yan, di ba? Nasa na si Mr. Kuroyanagi. Teka lang. Pero bago tayo maghanap ng wala, hinahanap ng Chiblings kung nasaan nakapesto yung mga members ng CMF, no? CMF Tamid. Nako po. Tinamaan siya ng bolang kristal na nagmumula kay Katsu. Kristo, nakita si Saiken Oya pero they're drawing for the strike. O, di ba? Tinamaan na naman ng Cannon Blast yung dalawa. CMF right now having the edge, having the advantage. But are they gonna get the most out of this game? Ladies and gentlemen, CMF, they are looking to end this game for sa game number 3. Let's bring this back into a best of 1, boys. We need to end this. We need to summon the army of rubber duckies in order for us to win. Tamid got checked in the brush. Chiblings now confidently going out of their base just to take the Crimson Golem, Crimson buff. But with the playmaker like Chris, I mean, they can't get wrong. They cannot get anything wrong right now. I mean, for Luna, he's way consistent. He's way, by the way. He's very consistent with the Shadow Tyrant engagement. So that's his second Shadow Tyrant on this game. And now he's going back to the buff. Chiblings, they have to recover on the economy. I think they're 12k behind. I know, they're the 8k behind. So one fight can change the fate of both of these teams. CMF, if they did not execute this well, just like the Luna. Naku po, nahuli na yung Luna, maabang Tagalog na rin, Jumpay na, kuha niya yung isa. That's a crucial crowd control. Nagwala po ang isang beast, no? Magandang unbridled outburst. Kinuha si Chris, di ba? Kung itong si Wei ay nahigop ni Chris, naggalit itong si Kuya Tommy, di ba? Nilabas niya kung sino siya. Ipakita mo kung sino ka! Roar! Nagalit si Tommy, ipinakita lang niya na siya ay galit. Di ba? Binawian niya si Chris. Si Kabalyerong Chris, no? Kabalyero no more. Tumatumbling na yan, di ba? Bakit malungkot ang besi ko? Ay, ang sarap magtagalog. 23 million viewers around the world. Bako, sinisimula na tayo ng Chiblings. Bumabawi na sila dito. 42-49. Liang, maganda ang kuha kay Motsu. Pero hindi, si Fade mo, galit na galit. Tamid ngayon na susunod na biktima. Tamang bato-bato lang dito. At pero si Fade natin dito, kinalkal at hiniwa ng isang Anthem party rock. Saan nanggaling si Saiken Oya? From behind. Winawasiwas niya ang kanyang palaso kay Alin Wonderland. Pero tinataga na tatlo. Nako po, walang malakas sa tatlo. Diba? Saiken Oya, kahit mag-pure sky, hindi pure. No? Talagang salong-salo mo ang damage. No? Oy, Wei is back. Teka lang, nagpatigas. Nako, buti na lang si Katsu may libreng Splendor from the skill. At mukhang ginamitan ng anak Sage Sanctuary. Wei is back. Alin Wonderland, gusto yata chumek. Ay! Nako po, tinamaan pero hindi lethal yung damage. Walang crit na lumag-attack. Pero sapat na yon para ma-trigger ang Sage Sanctuary at mapauwi ang isang Luna. Para trabahuin nyo ang Shadow Overlord. Pangalawa na to. Ulit ng Chiblings as the same person, Alin Wonderland will be securing that buff. Tinamaan ng dalawa. Cannon Blast. Gumagawa ng eksena si Dora Nene para makabuelo at makatrabaho. Yung mga push dito, yung mga demolition expert natin, sabay atras. My, oh my. Ito na. Diba, nakita ng lahat kung paano tubigas ang isang Luna. Diba, bumabawi na ang Chiblings. CMF after that impressive mid-game, we are now on the dawn of the late game. We're almost in the final battle. We just need to wait for 3 minutes in order for the Tempest Dragon to arrive in the Hero's Gorge. But this is going to be the last Tyrant that both of these teams can compete and contest with. But, Wei, look at this. He's relying on that Azure. Did he get it? Yes, he did get. But I don't know if Wei gets it or Hobin gets it. But let's check if ever that is going to happen. Mid lane is going really berserk at this rate. Magtatagalo lang ako. Ashir nagpatigas. Ginamitan ng Splendor. Pero grabe naman si Bade. Binagtak. At grabe yung bawi. Si Luna hindi na nagising. Tinamaan pa nga dito ng Cannon Blast. Kinuha pa rin ni Long ang buhay ni Fade. Pero si Long din ay nag-fade away na dahil masakit na po ang mga damage na nagmumula kay Allen Wonderland. Pero sabi ng Chiblings, mas madaling itulak itong baba. Wala nang inhibitor. Kunin natin si Syken, sabayan natin tong Vanguard at tapusin na natin tong laro na to. Ace na natin at tapos bumaliktad. Chiblings 2-0 para sa CMF. That's an upset because I think CMF are looking for a game number 3. They had a great start. But for Chiblings to find that opportunity, I believe that started when they caught the Luna. Let's give props to Chris. He targeted way too much. He's sucking him in. He's sucking him dry. He's preventing him to move. You also have Katsu's crowd control and Dora Nene's Cannon Blast. That means Wei is not waking up anymore. And that fight dictated the entire fate of the CMF. After Wei died 2 times in that fight, I can see Anthem trying to at least balance it out, recover, pick off for what remains in the team fight, but that's not enough. Chiblings, they have their macro. They're gonna be ending that game. They know their objectives. They know they have to end it, and they did. They're not giving time for CMF to recover, and that is why congratulations, Chibs. Top 2 secured, 3K secured, and as for CMF, it was a really well played moment because they won yesterday, but they're gonna be descending down to the lower bracket, and we're gonna be seeing them tomorrow. So that is it for our 3rd series, Chiblings for the grand finals. CMF, we're gonna be seeing them tomorrow in the lower bracket finals. But before anything else here, Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament, of course, will not be possible because of the Sem Nothing Syndicate Esportss. Make sure to follow their page. And for Kaisaya game top-ups, if you need to top up your tokens in the Honor of Kings to buy some precious skins, well, say no more, go to Kaisaya game top-ups and make sure to participate in their Level Up to Victory Challenge. The more you top up, the more perks the entire community unlocks. And the more you top up, the more chances of you winning those rewards. So what are you waiting for? Join the community, top up now, and make sure that you grow together with the Kaisaya game top-ups. And that is it for our 3rd series. That's our upper bracket finals. But we still have one more series left. We're gonna be seeing SFSL. Okay, I think that's SFSL up against the Ascension later on, or up next. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. HOK Underground Development Tournament, kami magbabalik. Mga kaibigan, welcome back dito sa ating Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament. Ngayon, papunta na tayo sa exciting part dahil yung mga winners natin kanina ay magtatapat-tapat. Supreme Force, na winner ng ating unang series, and Ascension Esports, na winner sa ating ikalawang series for today. Itong mga teams na to ay nalaglag parehas sa upper bracket at may makakataon silang umakyat ngayon para sa ating grand final. So, whoever wins dito sa ating series na to ay makakatapat nila ang CMF Esports. Nakakatalo lang up against the Super Chiblings. Ako pa rin na makakasama nyo, solo guy Vince G. Magtatagalog na ako dahil parehas Pilipino ang ating mga kalahok. Ngayon, kung sinusuportahan nyo po itong parehas sa team na to, no, wag po kayo mahihiya na i-comment ang inyong suporta. Sa mga pa-shoutout, ayan, pa-shoutout lang kayo. At huwag nyo kalimutan na i-follow ang Underground Esports dahil baka sa mga susunod na pagkakataon, magkaroon pa tayo ng ganitong klaseng tournament. No? Yan, pakita nyo na, suporta nyo guys, para mas maraming grassroots tournaments, mas masaya. Di ba? So, etong ating tournament ay, of course, hindi mabubuo sa tulong ng Underground Esports. Katulong ang SEM nating Syndicate Esports at Kaisaya Game Topupss. Kaya kung ako sa inyo guys, huwag nyo nang kakalimutan na i-follow sila. Of course, kapag syempre, naging maganda ang ating tournament, magkakaroon tayo ng Season 2. Di ba? At ang Kaisaya Game Topupss, ayan, sa mga gustong mag-top up ng kanilang Honor of Kings token, no, dito na kayo mag-top up sa Kaisaya Game Topupss. At tandaan natin na meron din silang Level Up to Victory Challenge na kung saan kada top up ninyo, na-unlock, nagkakaroon ng milestone ang ating Kaisaya Game Top-Ups at na-unlock yung mga magagandang premyo. At ang pinaka-grand prize dito will be the Asus ROG Phone 9. So, nakakaroon na kayo ng entry, nakakapag-ambag pa kayo sa milestone, and you will be getting a chance to get your hands on this Asus ROG Phone 9. So, paano nga ba kayo maambag? Ayan. Kung saan kayo magta-top up ng mga games, ayan, available yan, no? Hindi lang sa Honor of Kings, marami pa silang game. I think, sa lahat ng mga in-demand na online games ngayon, ayan, pwede kayong mag-top up ng inyong mga tokens, no? Mamaya natin pag-usapan yung draft. Game number 1 between these two Filipino teams. Sino kaya sa kanila ang aangat upang makaharap ang CMF Esports? This is their final shot, ladies and gentlemen, no? At kung sino ang makakalusot dito sa serie na to, they will be the top 3. They will be completing the top 3, no? That means kapag umabot sila sa ating lower bracket finals, garantisado na ang 2,000 nila, 2,000 piso, no? Kung ako sa kanila, hindi ako titigil dyan. Kung nakapasok na ako sa lower bracket finals, bakit hindi ko papaabuti ng grand finals at make sure na ako ang magiging kampiyon dito sa HOK Underground Development Tournament, no? Arky, Violet, Kaisho, Dons, and Maru for Supreme Force, SL. Yan. Sage, Dijin, of course, Ogran, Eggsy, at saka dito kay Xian. Yan. Yung mid lane nila, no? So, interesting set of picks. Arky with the Mai Shiranui. Tapos si Violet, no? I think, is this a jungle Luban? So, most likely, Liubang, Clash Lane, Liam po, Rome. Tapos, ayan, we're back. Okay, ang last pick nila, ayan, si Violet ang gagamit ng pay. So, sa Ascension side naman, Ogran. Para kay Ogran, syempre. Pati kasi ganito yung pangalan niya, di ba? May mga pangalan tayo na parang ang hirap bigkasin. Gusto ko sana sabihin. Ayan, kay Jason. Good luck po, teams. Pinas lang malakas. Totoo yan. Kaya make sure na i-follow nyo na ang Underground Esports para sa susunod magkakaroon ulit tayo ng paliga para sa ating mga aspiring amateur teams, no? Okay? So, tapatan sa farm lane. Dons and Dijin. Garo versus Marco Polo. Sumaragasa na si Maru, no, with the burst ram. Sabi ni Sage, teka lang, tutulungan ko yung tropa ko. Kailangan ng sustain ng isang Garo. Guys, nakita nyo yung skin ni Garo, ni Dijin. Ayan, no. Ito yung bago niyang skin. Ayan, no. Uy, naku po. kapag ka ginagamit mo yung first skill mo yung pagguhit, may dragon na lalabas. Di ba? Para sa mga gusto ng ganyang skin, ayan, naka first week discount yata sila. So kung tapos na yung first week, wala na kayong promo, nakakalungkot, original, back to original price na po yan. So makabili na kayo ng ganyan, kailangan nyo ng token syempre. At kung magtatapap kayo ng tokens, make sure na gawin nyo ito sa Kaisaya game top-up. At ito na si Bruce Lee. Watch out! Violet! Gusto mag-commit, Daji will be getting the first blood. Mai Shiranui as well will be getting Sunse. 1-for-1 exchange. Nako, mabilis na sagutan to. May nangyayari sa gitna, may nangyayari sa taas. Bring it down at mid lane. 3 members ng Ascension. Gusto yatang i-compress yung mga members ng Supreme Force SL. Oy, nako po. Ayan na, gumamit na ng ultimate si Dons. Pero hindi tumama yung Resplendent Revolver. Kailangan niya lumapit ng bahagya para makita niya ang oportunidad at mapatumba ang isang Dijin. Supreme Force SL now working the wonders here. 2-1 score. Supreme Force in Ascension still on their farm game. Talagang kung ipon ang ginagawa na magkabilang panig dito, no? May nakita na naman akong development sa baba. 3 ang nakaabang sa side ng Supreme Force SL. Apang yung Ascension dito, itong ating si Sage sinusuportahan ang kanyang marksman, ang kanyang farm laner. Nakaabang din dito si Daji, no? Ready. Yan. Itong si Daji, no? Waiting lang. Ang maganda kasi kay Daji, no? Annoying burst. Meron din siyang crowd control na pwedeng patigilin ka sa iyong ginagawa. Diba? Marco Polo again, snowballing on the farm lane pero nagkaroon ng exchange. In order for Dons to get that kill, he needs to go deep. At yung 1v1 na yon, nako po, sarehas silang bumulagta. Pero Dons got the most out of it. Ang ating mga jungler, no, busy malinisin ang ating kagubatan. Kita niyo naman, ang linis ng jungle natin. Yung ating piso na lang ang nakita natin ditong mga minion sa jungle, di ba? Konti na lang, konting kurot na lang at unti-unti na nabubuhay kasi yan naman, wala na kami pakialam dyan. Eto na, pag-uusapan natin. Let's talk to the tyrant. Di ba? Etong si Ogran gustong kumonekta sabay dabog. Di ba? Tapos pati yung ating tyrant dito ay walang nagawa. Nakakuha ni Ogran pero nakuha siya ni Marco Polo. Sumagot naman agad dito si Daji at si Diadia as well. Nakakaroon ng parang malupitang rally, di ba? Back and forth na sagutan. Akala mo volleyball, akala mo tennis, di ba? Nagkakaroon ng exchange. Ay, nako po, si Maru na nakuha ang isang Daji na muntik pang matumba kay Garo. 75 ang score. What an exchange. Di ba? Kagandahan kasi sa isang lian po. The more that you receive damage or umaatake ka, napupuno yung stacks mo. So, yung stacks na yon, that means kapag sagad yun, makunat ka, tapos nagdi-deplete siya over time. Na-rework yun eh. Nagdi-deplete siya over time para maging health regen. So, nanunumbalik yung buhay niya, di ba? So, habang sumasalag ka ng damage or umaatake ka, makunat ka, pero kapag nag-cooldown ka ng bagya, babalik yung buhay mo sa'yo. Ganon. Ayun, no? Kita nyo yung stacks, nagsastack yan. Sa taas naman, nangabang si Daji at si Eggsy, si Sunse. Wala pa masyadong hudyat para sa set sail, pero si Arky nag-aabang lang, pasensyoso. Hindi pa niya chine-check yung brush, baka may kalaban doon, pero hindi siya napapakita sa lane. Eggsy, lumabas na sa lane dito para wasiwas ang kanyang malaking barko. Nainit na si Arky at si Violi ay sinama niya. Hindi nila alam na may dodging nagtatago sa may talahiban. 2-for-1. Make that 2-for-2. Pero sabi ni Violi, iiwan ko muna yung kakampi ko dahil pumunta ako sa gitna. Yung Dragon ko ay galit na. Hinahabol niya yung pwedeng habulin. Maru, Kaisho, and Violi trying to rotate down bottom. Pero walang kalaban doon except for Mr. Dijin. Bijin, nag-iingat sa kamay ng mga kalaban. He's trying to use the distance. Yun yung kalamangan sa isang Garo eh. Pwede mong pahabain ang range ng atake mo. Pero it will be consuming mana. Pero it will slow down your opponent. Masakit yun. Bawas tamang crit item lang talaga pwede buhay na isang Garo para iparamdam yung sakit. Diba? Crit at attack speed. Rat-rat ka dyan. Actually, kapag pumunta ka pa dun sa bilog, yung ultimate ni Garo, mas sasakit ka pa at mas magti-trigger yung crit chance mo, di ba? Mas papalag ka. Ngayon, Supreme Force at Ascension, medyo kalmado. Lamang ng 1,000 ang Supreme Force when it comes to economy. Gold-wise. Eggsy ngayon, kiniklear niya pero may nagaganap sa may talahiban. Liu Bang start this fight with a bang. Nakuha niya si Diaja. Jin dito running low. Pero ang ganda ng AOE mula kay Marco Polo. Pinatigil siya ni Sonse. Tama na yung sayaw. 1 for 1. 1 for 2. Dons is the victim. Sage and Eggsy ang naging kapalit for the side of Ascension. Pero may Shiranui out of nowhere. Nakita niya si Daji. My oh my. 1 for 3. They just wanted the farm lane, pero nangyari dito, nakakuha na pa sila ng buhay.
Destroyed a tower.
Now, for, I think, Supreme Force, they need to get the Overlord. And they will be doing it right now. Tapos, habang umatake or nagde-depensa ngayon ng Ascension, no, medyo late na sila, hindi na sila makapag-respond doon. It's way too late for them. Mas mabuti na lang kumuha or kumuha sila ng pick off dito. Maru, medyo makunat, mahirap patumbahin. Itong si Ogran, tamang connect-connecta lang, no? Ayun, no? Connect-connecta lang ako dito. Tapos mamaya gagawa ako ng mga illusion, ng mga clones ko. Ay, Daji, konti buhay. Mura nila may healing do, pero nagbalibag na si Maru. Itong si Ogran, gustong kumapit. Nandito na yung kanyang illusion. Tamang dabog lang ang ginawa ng isang Ogran para ilabas ang kakopya ng isang Lian po para saktan sila. No, just to back them up a little bit. Maru versus Ram in, pinasabog, pero hindi pa napapatinag yung Ascension. Even though they're behind by 2K, Ascension hindi pa rin natatakot. Diba? Gusto rin naman ng Ascension na papasok sa top 3. But Supreme Force SL also has that in mind. At eto na nga, another tyrant before the 10 minutes ang paglalabanan ng magkabilang panig. Ito, burst ram sabay atras. Nakita ni Ogran na pwede niya palambutin dito si Maru, pero nandito si Sage para at least ibalik yung buhay. Diba? Tago lang sa Mitalahiba, nakita si Maru, hindi na sila nagpatumpik-tumpik pa. There's your burst ram, buhay na pa-radiance para mababagal na bagay yung mga members ng Ascension. Pero I believe na, I think they need to burst out if they wanted to get the Lian po. Masyado siyang makuna para matumbahin, tumama yung barko. At eto na nga, nagwawala na naman ang isang Lian po at yung Arky natin dito pumasok just in time para... Oh my goodness, it was the Ogran's time to shine. After niyang makuha dito, yung huling tyrant, no, nakakuha naman siya ng pick-off at naglalaban na. Dito yung mga members, Dons at si Ogran. Dons, by the way, got a triple kill. That's a crucial kill. Pero itong si Mai Shiranui, hindi tinantanan. Itong si Ogran, Dons, naghahanap ng magandang pick-off, no? Pero I think tamang awat na. By the way, bagong skin to ni Marco Polo, no? Kung gusto niyo bumili, ayan, mag-top up na kayo sa Kaisaya Game Topupss. Habang ginagawa ni Viole yung tulak sa top lane. No, T2. Yan o, join the quest mga kaibigan para at least makasama kayo. Ay mga unlock tayo ng magandang prizes like Asus ROG Phone 9, tapos may mga keyboards, di ba, speakers, headsets, di ba, saan ka pa? At mukhang ito na, 10 minuto, Supreme Force at Ascension mga kaibigan. Supreme Force Pay, Violet, tamang atake lang at tamang secure lang with the Shadow Overlord. Tyrant still available sa baba. Depende pang kunin to. Mahihirapan nga lang Supreme Force because they have the Primal Bond. Sabi ni Arky, o sige, tutulak lang ako dito kasama ko si Violet. Ang hirap pigilan na pag-arangkada ng Supreme Force though. Tamang burst ram lang at si Dijin normal lang. Atras muna ng bagay. Pero ang kunat talaga ng isang Lian po na isang Maru. So, available pa ang Shadow Tyrant sa may bandang baba. Pero I think hinihintay lang na mag-cooldown ng Supreme Force SL ang kanilang Primal Band at saka sila aatake. Pero habang mainit-init pa ang Primal Band, atakihin na lang natin yung Torre. Sabayan natin yung mga Shadow Vanguards na magmarcha sa kanilang mga lane. At yung malaking Shadow Tyrant ay nandito na sa may bandang taas, kaya hindi na natakot sila Maru at kanyang mga tropa Pero sabi dito ng Ogran, oh sige, gigit na ako. Dumidikit sa dalawa, butas na ang inhibitor. Pero may eksena doon na nagaganap. Tamang balibag at tamang pagpunta ng isang Arky, no? Yung Liar po natin dito gumawa ng eksena. Tapos, biglang nag-battle build command ang isang Arky, di ba? Ang isang Liubang para protektahan siya. Tamang slama-slama lang ang ginagawa. Itong si Sage, sinipa. At tamang crowd control lang, pero that's way too late. They will not be engaging with that. Naporosahan ng isang Ogran in exchange of Maru. Now, if we're gonna be talking about the 6K, 6.5K lead, nako, medyo marami-rami pa ang kailangan ipanalo dito ng Ascension na fights, no? Isang maling misplay, isang misplay lang na magaganap sa Supreme Force, nako, pwedeng tumagilid ang vapor at papunta sa Ascension ng kalamangan. Pero magandang pwesto to, ha. Kinakausap na yung Tyrant at atong si Ogran kakabalik lang. Naku po, busy pa si Garo. Sabi niya kakausapin ko tong butiki. Pero never mind. Nakakuha na naman ng Supreme Force. Ang kagandahan dito sa Shadow Tyrant buff, no? Doms, no? Ay, naku po, nakuha pa niya ang Azure buff. At sasabayan na yata ng Supreme Force SL ang pag-arangkada ng mga minions dito sa bottom inhibitor. Pwede na kanila diretso ito. Kinatok na rin ng isang Lian po. Maru pulverizing the tower. Diba? What's gonna be the next thing? I think ang kukunin nila dito will be the last inhibitor turret na nasa gitna. Tapos go for the crystal. Yan o, connection for the Ogran. Diadya, kapit lang. Pido, crowd control is very, very viable. No? If they want to secure that defense very well, kailangan maganda yung setup, pero siya ang nauunahan. Itong si Ogran, napilitan na lang magdabog sa lupa. Pero grabe yung mga pasok dito. Lian Paul, Yubang connection. Pero itong si Wei ay talagang galit na. Yung kanya mga palad ay nangangati na. Marco Polo, si Dons, napaka-unhinged, sumayaw. Supreme Force wins game number 1. At isa na lang ang kailangan nila para pasok sila sa top 3. At tandaan, kapag ka nakapasok dito ang ating Supreme Force, that means 3K or 2K secured na to dahil top 3 na pinaglalabanan nila dito. Pag na-eliminate sila doon, okay, they will be getting 2K. Pero pag na-eliminate sila dito ngayon, wala silang makukuha, no? And that is it for ating game number 1, lower bracket semis. Nako po, match point na ang Supreme Force. Paano kaya babawi ang Ascension, no? Ascension, they descended from the bottom, from our lower bracket, and they're trying to climb up. Pero mukhang haharangan pa yata sila ng Supreme Force. Makikita natin yan sa game number 2, kung 2-0 nga ba, or balik tayo sa best of 1. Mga kaibigan, Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament. Vince G, kami magbabalik. Alright mga kaibigan, game number 2 ng Ascension Esport at Supreme Force SL dito pa rin sa Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament. This is the lower bracket semis. Sila po yung mga nanalo kanina sa ating first 2 series, but this time around, isa lang sa kanila ang kailangan mag-proceed sa ating lower bracket finals. Ascension and Supreme Force, parehas silang bumaba sa lower bracket, pero isa sa kanila ang aangat para kalabanin ang CMF Esports from Bangladesh. At kung sino sa kanila ang manalo, garantisado pasok sa third place, 2K secured na to for them. At pwede pa nila itong expand, pwede pa maging 3K, or what if mag-champion, 5K na to para sa kanila. Again, gusto lang sana pasalamatan ang ating mga sponsors, SEM nating Syndicate Esportss at Kaisaya Game Topupss. Syempre, malapit na ang June 24 update ng Honor of Kings. Kanina nakita nyo naman yung napakagandang skin ng Garo and yung Marco Polo, no, parehas marksman ang nabigyan ng bagong skins. Kung gusto nyo ng ganong klaseng skins, alam mo bang hinihintay nyo, mag-top up na sa Kaisaya Game Topupss. At meron din tayong tinatawag na Level Up to Victory Challenge, kung saan kada top up ninyo dito sa Kaisaya Game Topupss and unlock yung mga milestone, yung mga rewards na pwede nyo makakuha. So, alam mo bang hinihintay nyo? Mag-top up na para ma-unlock ang nagagandahan mga prizes, especially yung Asus ROG Phone 9. No? Tapos, the more you top up, the more chances that you can win those prizes. Kaya, grind lang. Sayang naman, di ba? Bibili kayo ng magandang skin, ang ating Honor Pass, di ba? Saan pa ba ayaw pupunta? Kundi sa Kaisaya Game Topupss lang. Huwag nyo kalimutan na i-like at i-follow yung mga nabanggit kong page. Idama nyo na rin tong Underground Esports Facebook page kung saan tayo naka-live ngayon, and yung page ko, Vince G. Pakalat nyo yung mabuting balita at baka malay nyo, makita nyo na ako kung saan-saan, di ba? Yun. Ngayon, let's talk about the first 2 bands, tapos the first 3 picks, no, ng kabilang panig. Blue side, hindi na napatumpik-tumpik ang Ascension. They went in for the long first pick na sinagot naman kaagad ng isang Dharma at Dolia ng Supreme Force. So, anong ibig sabihin nito? Having the Dolia, ang pinakagusto mo lang dito is yung sustain na nanggagaling sa kanyang pool and yung Celestial Melody. Knockback ng Oath, ang laking bagay din nun for crowd controls para may isolate din yung kalaban. And kung ako si Dharma, kung mag-a-unleash ako ng sandamakmak na Truth Manta, nandyan si Dolia para bigyan ako ng refresh. Diba? Celestial Melody, balik ult, tapos yung suntok ko times 2. Diba? So, yon ang pinaka-tina-target nila dito. So, they have to rely on a very, very powerful heroes dito later on in the game. Identify natin kung ano kulang. Yan na. Pay, usually kapag lumalabas yan, binaban out mo na yung Byron, pero hindi na nagsayang ng oras ang Ascension Esports para ilatag ang Pay and Byron. So that means clear invade to. Dons, nangangamoy, Luban number 7 yata ang gusto, pero I think meron pa siya. Meron pa siya dito pwede ipili eh. Hindi basta Luban to eh. Diba? Binigay na lang yung sa mid. Sabi niya, sige, mamaya na ako. Last pick. Safety. Kailangan ng hero ni Kaisho. O di ibigay na natin yung ganin mo. Ngayon, for Ascension Esports, no? Mid lane, wala. Kaya binan out si Motsu at saka si Noah. Pwede pang mid lane. Mai Shiranui, isa sa mga hero na ginagamit din nito. Okay, Mai Shiranui as well. Wala nga lang Frost. Bakit hindi, di ba? Hindi pa naman nila kailangan ng crowd control. They need that burst capability. Meron ka ng long kung saan solid ang burst ng kanyang Flaming Palm. He just needs to farm out the right item. Mai Shiranui had that natural burst, no? Since siya yung pinakakilala kong mage na talagang melee, talagang parang fighter yung dating. And to top it, to sum it all, Sage will be utilizing the Guigutsu. Diba? Tapos, ibibigay mo kay Eggsy ngayon yung Byron. So, having a Guigutsu on your lineup, meron kang pantago, may pang-conceal ka sa buong tropa mo. Tapos yung ultimate niya, pwede mong ipang-detect ng nearby na malapit na kalaban. No? So, wala man lang sa kanilang invis, wala sa kanilang nagsistend. Pero if they're busy in the jungle, ang laking tulong ng ultimate niya. Okay. May malapit sa atin na kalaban. Ay di sugurin na natin, baka hindi sila aware. Tapos gamitin niya yung ultimate niya para bulagain yung mga kalaban na yon. And the last pick will be the Monkey. Nagagamitin din ni Violet. So they're gonna be relying on 2 tanks. Arky, kailangan niya pang alagaan ang kanyang sarili, no, para makakuha ng item. Same with Violet, Dream Eater, Dreamcatcher, no. Those heroes are heavily reliant on those farms, no. Now, let's talk about our picks, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the lineup of game number 2. Interestingly, yan, no, naglalabasan na yung mga comment. John Abram at John Carlos, shout out sa inyo, no. Huwag niyong kalimutan na i-follow ang ating page, Underground Esports. Solo caster ko ngayon to. Diba? So speaking of which, you have the Consort Q on your lineup, you have the Ganjang and Moye, tapos meron ka pang Menki. So dalawang makuna at Maro can go front, he can go aggressive. Tapos nandito pa si Arky na kailangan din of course ng item. Alagaan pa to. Arky and Dons, they need to farm up. Same, of course, with the Jin. Kailangan niyang ma-utilize yung farm niya. Arky now clearing the wave, pero hindi ako nakakuha ng invade. Si Pei lang ang lumapit, no, para i-clear yung Crimson Golem. So, with having Pei, no, having Pei on your lineup, no, wala akong nakikitang attempt for them to trespass. Ba? Palitan lang sila ni Violet. Sabi niya, sige, kunin mo yung Azure ko, kunin mo yung Crimson mo, Crimson ko. Diba? Clear ko na itong side ko, sabay talon ako sa Azure. Nandito na yung mga tropang Ascension para bakuran yung tangkang invasion na mabubula sa Supreme Force, di ba? Para nga naman maka-scale up itong mga junglers natin to level 4. Now, Violet, still, no, kaya nila kinuha yung Azure, yung Crimson Golem agad is because they're leaning towards physical, eh. So, having the Crimson Golem buff will be having additional physical damage top lane is quite really risky. At eto na nga si Pei, muntik na niyang makuha si Arky, pero buti na lang may Torre para protektahan siya at nakakuha naman siya ng Healing Dew. At nandito na si Pido at si Sage. Diba? Sa wakas nasabi ko na rin yung pangalan niya. Eto, tapatan naman tayo mula sa mid lane, sa ipapawid, pupunta sa top lane. Na-open na yung first 2 minutes na kuneho, no? Magtutulungan na to ng Supreme Force. Tandaan nyo, masakit ang mga couple blades na isang Kaisaya ulti pop para kay Exy para magdala ng kunat, di ba? May force field suppression na ngayon na ginamit. Now, after nilang i-clear yung kuneho, sabi ni Violi, okay lang, I'm gonna be going towards the mid lane. Susunod, din itong si Ganon mo. Kaisaya is going to be there as well. Hello, Exy. Exy ngayon, gustong pumorward, pero sabi ni Arky, sige, go time ko to. Pero Arky, nagkamali siya ng gino. Dahil nandoon yung tatlong tropa ng Ascension, and that is going to be your first blood. Napunta sa kamay ng isang Mai Shiranoe ang early blow, and that means an advantage para sa Ascension that they can utilize para makuha yung kalamangan. Yun, what's gonna be the next thing? Supreme Force, SL, sabi ko nga, isang panalo na lang kailangan nila. Mas nakakakabato for them, mas nakaka-pressure ito dahil alam nila yung responsibilidad na kailangan mong manalo. The more na you overthink na kailangan mong manalo, pwede silang magkamali dito, pero mukhang hindi eh. Mukhang game pace on nga yung mga tropa natin. Diba? Ngayon, ano pa ba ang hinihintay natin dito? Now, we can see Pei going towards the mid lane. Itong si Maru, nung tamang sirena lang with the Dolia, pabad sa tubig. Ode para itulak yung mga kalaban, but there's no attempt to rotate. Level 7, magkabilang junglers dito, Menki and Violet. Dons waiting patiently para sa last hit ng Firehawk na lumilipad-lipad, at nandito na nga yung punishments from Ascension. Diba? Waiting for the first 4 minutes. Tangrad is gonna be up for grabs. At na-open na nga nila, mga kaibigan, yung baba sabi ng Supreme Force, oh sige, babakuran na natin to. I'm just waiting for Sage to toggle that ulti. Dahil pwede siya gumawa ng play. Smite ready. Menki, nakakuha niya. But they will not do anything about it. Ascension, ibinigay na lang to sa Supreme Force. May kailangan mo nang mag-heal, umuwi muna. But Ascension's best shot will be taking another objective. Kung kaya nila, go for the Overlord. Now, with Pei responding towards the fight, they have to capitalize on every jungle na meron sila, di ba? Kunin mo yung buff, linisin mo yung resources mo, kaysa linisin pa ng kalaban natin yan. Yan na. Lumabas na sa comment si John Hendrick. Ayan, good luck both teams, no? Dahil Pilipinas pa rin naman yan. Pero, kung sino nga manalo sa kanila, papasok sa ating top 3 na makapag-uwi ng siguradong 2K. Pero nasa ano na yan? Kung gusto nila i-expand yan, di ba? Go for 2K, 3K, or additional for 5K. Pero, nagkaroon tayo ng kill kay Dijin. Nakita niya, no? Farm lane versus farm lane. Marksman versus marksman. Dijin, nakuha niya si Dons. Dijin, ako, medyo kumakatok siya. Ito na, nilalabas niya na combination ng kanyang mga palad. Diba? Para siyang para siya si Avatar May air, may fire, diba? May water. Ayan na, sinuntok na sa pader. Hindi na nakapag-react. Yung dragon ay hindi na po naitawag. Cooldown pala. Diba? Sumuntok si Arky, ramdam nila. Hindi rin siya naprotektahan ni Sage on that encounter. Ano ba gagawin niya, di ba? Ikubli ko alam naman niya kung saan siya nakapwesto Tapos yung kanyang panghatak dito, may casting time pa. So mahihirapan nga silang pumalag. Overlord, big objective na pwedeng kunin niya ng Ascension para tablahin to. Supreme Force still needs to utilize the Tyrant na nakuha nila kanina, pero we're going back here on the laning stage. Trabaho, kayod ang ginagawa ng magkabilang panig, no? Even Byron, nagtatago sabay litaw para i-distract yung mga minion wave, no? Para i-freeze niya naman yung lane. Tama yan, itulak nyo. O, wala akong presensya, pero I think kinukuyog siya ngayon ng dalawa. Pero Byron yan Tamang force speed suppression, no? Tamang pakunat lang ako. Aoyin naman sa may bandang baba, no? Tumabaho rin. So, for Ascension, alam nila yung go time. Sige, di-distract ko yung mga members ng Supreme Force para mag-react sa akin. Maru and Arky, they did react para bigyan ng espasyo nga itong si Dijin na tumulak. Ngayon, nung nakita nila na tumatrabaho itong dragon at mukhang itong si Dons muntik na yata siyang abutan dito ng sakit ng damage na flaming pan, buti nakapag-dragon out at may swimming pool na dala itong si Maru para i-sustain siya. Ngayon, mamba out muna ang gagawin ni Dijin. Tapos trabaho malala ang gagawin ng Ascension para patumbahin ang T1. Yung turret na nakatayo, yung Torre na kinakatok ngayon ng isang Mai Shiranui na walang makakapigil sa kanila. Again, gusto yatang gumawa ng Supreme Force kasi somehow alam nila na medyo may edge sila when it comes to team fight, pero lamang ng konti lang naman ng Ascension. Diba? In terms of kills, in terms of economy, bariha lang naman ang lamang nila. Pero if Supreme Force SL can funnel all those goods, those economy, mapunta sa tamang hero, no? Dons can, hopefully he can farm up and Violet. No, tapos ang boxing, pwede na nilang ma-2-0 to. Pero ang Ascension they are keeping their eyes straight para nga ipwersa itong series na to back to a best of 1. Diba? Do or die tayo. Game number 3 na magkaalaman na. I-disregard natin yung game number 1 at game number 2. Pero tandaan nyo, global ban to nilalaro natin. That means, hindi nyo na magagamit yung mga hero ginamit nyo kanina. XC right now, gusto umexit. Pero sabi dito ni Pei, kukunin ko yung Tyrant buff habang nalilibang yung Supreme Force. Yung mga palad ng nag-iisang Dijin medyo makati na. Ito na yung redemption arc ng Dragon. Gising na, galit na, bumubuga na yung infinite vastness. Supreme Force SL ngayon, 4 ang nasa gitna. Chine-check ni Maru kung may tao doon with the old. Pati couple blades ginamit na, pero nagkakulasa na ang mga members ng Ascension. Ascension right now, I think they wanted to Overlord. 30 minutes left pa bago mapanis yung ating Overlord at maging Shadow Overlord ito. Mawawala na sa mapa ang Overlord dahil ma-enhance na. Hindi na kanila papansinin to. Ang gagawin na lang Ascension is to apply extra pressure para sa Supreme Force, no? Even though he's just securing or he's just helping itong si Violet na kahit paano ay makakuha yung mga buff. Crimson, Azure, lahat na lang. Radiance ginamit na para mapaslow down yung kalaban. At itong si Violet pumunta na, tumambling kay Shoko Tiang buhay, dinikitan ng isang Mai Shiranui para his way too deep. Nasa gitna siya ng mga tore. Si Infinite Vastness ginamit na. Dijin going out. Tatlo ang nawala kapalit ng isang Kaisyo, no? Sage, Eggsy, pati Mai. Supreme Force right now. Knocking on T1. They can continue towards T2. Nasaan si Kuya Pei? Si Pei right now decided to go down. Nakita nila si Dijin, no? Never mind. Kausapin natin ngayon tong Shadow Overlord para mayroon tayo Shadow Vanguards. Ayan na. Ang mga supporter, guys, kailangan ng Ascension to. Pati Supreme Force, yung inyong mga suporta, pakitype yan sa comment section. So far, ayan, bukod sa both teams, nako, sila Precious at sila Renz, nako, they're going for ASC, Ascension. Supreme Force! No, baka mamaya makakita tayo ng supporter dito, no? Mag-ingay sa comment section, di ba? Ipakita nyo, babasahin ko yan isa-isa. 4-4 score, Ascension still on the lead. Supreme Force nakakuha ng window of opportunity para somehow, hindi pumabor yung game sa Ascension. They will be forced to defense. Pigutsu. Pyro nandito. Eggsy nagtatago sa Mindamuha. Napilita mag-ulti. Pero itong si Guyutsu natin dito, kailangan niya umatras ng bagya. Nangangalib yung buhay niya. Mankey with a knock on the tower. T2 gun on the clash lane. Anytime soon, mapapahirapan na nila ang Ascension. Yung mga Dragon nagwawala na, tamang tulak lang. Pero Kuya Long, Dijin, the defense is working. Dons right now, punishing the Mai Shiranui. Infinite Vastness will be used. Dons, sinusubukan niyang iwasan yung mga physicalities pero he cannot save himself from the damage na nanggagaling kay Byron. Pati si Maro hindi nakaligtas. Wala SXGE Sage. Pati Flaming Palm ginamit na. Nako, pinangkamot para kay Violet. Na-clear pa nga somehow ng Ascension. Yung pag-push nung mga Shadow Vanguards. But, they had to convert this. Kasi if they cannot convert this, it seems like Supreme Force SL can knock on those remaining inhibitors and magiging mahirap to for Ascension. Tingnan mo naman, no? Lamang naman sila sa goal. Walang problema yan. But ang tanong, sa tamang hero ba napunta? Well, ang kalamangan dito napunta kay Pei at saka kay Long. Diba? Medyo behind lang si Mai. Pero kailangan niyang i-work out yung kanyang farming kasi ano natin dito na lahat ng mga gamit niya, lahat ng mga pampasakit niya nabubuo sa magical item. Naka-scepter na, naka-magical hat na. I think mapunta siya sa naka-Nebulon Wood Tapos naman sa kabila, ayan, may crit items na, paldo. Ang isang consort you, no? Pay, knockdown. Hinahabol na nga nila dito si Sage. Si Sage na minerkahan ng isang consort you. Sinasabi ko pala kanina na may critical items, no? Eternity Blade, Shadow Reaper, ipaparamdam sa'yo ng consort you. Tamang oak shot na ang gagawin niya dito. Now, with Mai Shiranui, trying to at least tumble down, escaping from the hands of Supreme Force. Dikit na naman ang ekonomiya. Ayun, napalit si Arky ng bota para hindi siya tabla ng mga crowd control, no? Sino nga ba mga crowd control? Well, you've got the Byron, you've got the Mai, you've got the Sage, actually, the Gigutsu, no? So, may para at least may safety mechanics si Arky at makatakas. Exit running low, pero hindi siya naka-exit sa damage ni Dons. At kailangan pa nilang pumitas ng isa. May pang anti-tank na dito si Mai Shiranui, no? Pero who is going to be the tank? I think Menki is going to be the recipient. Magandang pagtali ng isang Goigutsu. Sabay knockdown. Dons dito nangangaray sa sakit. Pero yung damage mula kay Gun and Mo, hindi sapat. Dahil siya ay tinulak pa palabas. Pero another tally will be used. Supreme Force is gonna end this game. I think they just need to at least contact the minions. Naku po, kinokontak na nila yung CMF, ladies and gentlemen, because tomorrow, they will be having a fight. Supreme Force, SL, and CMF will be facing, we all thought na Ascension, magkakaroon ng rematch up against sa CMF. Pero, sabi ng Supreme Force, kami na ang bahala sa inyo. Hindi nyo na ipanalo yung series nyo, kami mapapanalo namin. But we will be finding that out tomorrow. Diba? If ever na matalo ba ng dito ng Supreme Force SL ang tumalo sa Ascension, which is yung CMF. Tanda natin, guys, out of the 8 teams na kasali dito sa ating underground development tournament, down na tayo sa pangatlo or sa 3 teams na lang. Sino nga ba yon? Chibling sitting pretty on the grand finals, tapos 2 teams dito, no, CFM at Supreme Force SL. Silang 3 na lang natira. Bukas, malalaman na natin kung sino nga ba ang magiging kampiyon ng ating Honor of Kings Underground Development Tournament Season 1. So, exciting times ahead mga kaibigan. Ayan, o. Sabi ni David, go SF, sana manalo as ASC. Ayan. So, yun, unfortunately, Supreme Force po ang nanalo, pero supportahan pa rin natin ang ating mga kababayan. Tandaan natin, may 2 pang Pilipino dito sa ating tournament, no? Chibs and Supreme Force, no? May CMF lang from Bangladesh, they're representing their country, but I think mukhang dito na magkakaalaman bago natin i-wrap up itong ating session, di ba? Kailangan ko muna pasalamatan lahat. Yan, ang ating sponsor, SEM natin Syndicate Esportss and Kaisaya Game Topupss. Tandaan, meron din silang Level Up to Victory program. Ayan, oh, nasa baba, oh. Sumali kayo, join the quest. Yan, mag-earn kayo ng points para ma-unlock. Magkaroon tayo ng mga milestones na ma-unlock yung magandang prizes until we unlock the ROG Phone 9. Paano nga ba yan? Siyempre, if you wanted to top your Honor of Kings, dito na sa Kaisaya Game Top-Ups. And then, every time you top up, nagkakaroon tayo ng ambag, nagkakaroon tayo ng milestones until we reach the ROG Phone 9. So, while you top up, the more chances of you getting an entry. Kaya ano ba bang hinihintay nyo? Be part of the community. Kaisaya Game Top-Ups, dito na kayo mag-top up. Bumili tayo na napakaganda skin sa HOK. Huwag tayo lumayo, dito na yan. And speaking of which, kailangan na natin munang magpaalam pansamantala. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. Finals is going to be best of 5, best of 3, lower bracket finals. But, yan, in behalf of the HOK Underground Development Tournament, yan, maraming salamat po sa mga sumubaybay, sa mga sumuporta sa kanilang mga teams. Yan, if nagustuhan nyo po yung aming casting, nako, i-make sure nyo na if naka-follow kayo dito sa page natin na to for more updates, pati na rin yung page ko, paki-follow na rin. Parang awa nyo na. Thank you. Yan, solo ko mag-cast ngayon. So, bukas sana may kasama na ako. Pero okay lang, kahit ako lang mag-isa, di ba? Balagbag naman tayo bukas. Guys, best of 5 global ban. Baka gusto nyo best of 7, di ba? Pag-ultimate battle tayo. Ewan ko na lang. Pero, sige, best of 5 lang para hindi mahaba ang ating gabi. Pero, masaya yun kung meron tayong ultimate battle dito, no? Pero hindi, wala, best of 5 lang. Yan. Tomorrow na yan sa Grand Finals. So still, GG's everyone. See you guys tomorrow for our Grand